You all to Islamabad Policy Research Institute's seminar. For those of you who joined us here in June, our first event covered economic security in our seminar titled Unlocking Pakistan's Economic Potential. Today's seminar spotlights the second of our 9 sub-themes for the Grand National Dialogue. The Grand National Dialogue aims to initiate a policy debate on issues of fundamental importance to governance, national development, and human security, involving all stakeholders to promote a national consensus for reforms. Our event today engages with the question of national identity and cohesion in Pakistan, with the aim of finding pathways to build an inclusive, shared national identity and foster social cohesion. The program for the seminar is flashed on the screen. We have with us on stage our esteemed speakers for today, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, Honorable Dr. Aisha Ghaus Pasha, Honorable Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan, and Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch. To begin our discussion, we have with us President Islamabad Policy Research Institute, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed. He's had an illustrious career in the Pakistan Army. Following that, Ambassador Dr. Raza has served as Pakistan's ambassador to Madagascar and Mauritius with the additional charge of Seychelles. Ambassador Dr. Raza also holds a PhD from the National Defense University. Sir, I request you to please deliver your welcome address. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praises to Allah the Almighty, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Salam be upon you, the country, Pakistan, which gives us independence and lets us live like independent people. It's my honor to welcome you all here, Honorable Minister, the Excellencies, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are gathered here to hold this seminar on national identity and cohesion. It's in the series of Grand National Dialogue, which we started off somewhere in May this year. There's a third seminar which we are holding. We had one initially on the economy. The second one was on the extremism and de-weaponization, which was held in ISRA. And this is the third one, which is on the national identity and cohesion. We are grateful to all the distinguished speakers who have come here and joined us here to share their valuable thoughts on this very, very important issue. When we talk of the seminar, it has basically 2 objectives: to understand what is cohesion and what is the identity. When we talk of the identity gives us the direction to our objectives, and when we talk of the cohesion, it is the binding glue which binds the whole nation to achieve those objectives. Pakistan has gone through very, very difficult times during the inception years or the initial years when it was created. We had problems with our territorial disputes with the neighbors, we had wars, we went through various kinds of other issues, we had problems with the water, we had problems with the economy, and later on, because of our neighborhood, we were involved into various wars on terrorism, war in Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. This all impacted 2 things. Number one, our socio-economic development that was impacted badly. And second, it also impacted our cohesion. And somewhere down the line, because of the socio-economic disparities, because of the sense of deprivation which the other provinces and other parts of the country have and the people of the country have, we started developing fissures on the line of ethnicity and also on the line of sectarianism. And these fissures were and are being exploited by the people with vested interest, whether from within the country or outside the country. Broadly, we know the issue. Broadly, we know the problems. But what we need to do today is to understand Where did we go wrong, actually? Pakistan was created in the name of Islam. It is important to understand the ideology that binded us all together as glue. It is important to understand what was the message given by our forefathers, what was the message given by Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah in his 11th address. What he said was that nepotism, jobbery, corruption should not be entertained. Number two, he emphasized on cohesion within, regardless of religion, language, caste, and creed. He gave a lesson of unity in diversity, which is embedded in our 1973's constitution. But as I said earlier, somewhere we had the problems. And today we have all the distinguished speakers and you all who are here to participate to actually find out what has gone wrong and what is the way forward to gel the whole nation under one ideology as one nation and have one identity as Muslims. But at the same time, it does not mean that diversity, which resides in our culture, which resides in our languages, has something wrong or is something wrong. This diversity is the one which binds us together. Thank you so much. And with this, I hand you back to Hira. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I now welcome on stage Dr. Aisha Ghaus Pasha. She is, I'm so sorry.
Minister of State.
She's Minister of State for Finance and Revenue, and she's also a member of the National Assembly. I welcome you on stage, ma'am.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and assalamu alaikum to all of us, all of you. And let me tell you my better introduction, if you want to introduce me. My preferred one is that I've been an academic and policy analyst all my life. That's my profession I take pride in. This is just a diversion, I think, for a little while, and we would like to get back on track, which we feel very comfortable in and which we really, really belong to. It's in our DNA, nothing will change it. And actually, my talk today will be in that capacity, and not so much as the Minister of Finance, because the way I would like to speak is that this is an audience when we are talking openly and candidly. And until and unless we are open and candid, we can't address the kind of problems which are the subject matter of today. We're talking about national identity. We're talking about cohesion. And if we are still in the state of denial and not accepting the way things are or the severity of the situation, how will we ever address it? So I will be candid in my talk, and I totally agree with the ambassador here when he said that Pakistan is a state which was created and based on the ideology to protect the Muslims community, their social, their political and economic rights. In fact, he was quoting the Quaid-e-Azam on this, and let me also quote Quaid-e-Azam on this. The aspirations were that we follow the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. We are members of the Brotherhood of Islam, in which all are equal in right, dignity, and self-respect. Consequently, we have a special and very deep sense of unity. This is what was said by the Quaid at that time. But what happened soon after? Well, it was apparent very soon after the independence that aggregating all Pakistanis simply under the Muslim identity was difficult because of strong ethnic effectiveness. And if I can again quote the Quaid on this one, we are now all Pakistanis. He had reasons to say that at that early stage also. We are all Pakistanis not Balochis, Pathans, Sindhis, Bengalis, and Punjabis, and so on. And as Pakistanis, we must behave and act as we should be proud to be known as Pakistanis and nothing else. This is what he ended up saying earlier on. But the ethnic nationalism in Pakistan got strong. So strong that it almost constituted distinct nationalities and makes it a multicultural state, I think. However, we have the ethno-religious particularism deepened the cracks which thrived on, and in fact further deepened the social, economic, and political deprivations manifested in visible gaps in national identity and cohesion. The crisis of our identity has been persistent throughout our history. The basis and rationale for Pakistan was marred with confusion and ambiguity. And again, I will quote Qaid on this one, when he ended up saying that democracy is in the blood of Muslims who look upon complete equality of manhood and believe in fraternity, equality, and liberty. But did that message get lost somewhere so earlier on? And when that message got lost, what happened? What were the consequences? What did we see happening? We saw the process of national development. We saw the democratic consolidation that was required for us to really create a vision and implement a vision of national solid development and progress and prosperity. That aspirations of ours couldn't get materialized. We were so busy in our own little problems. If I can use this Urdu expression, apni masjidein banayi hui humne, and we are pursuing them. So where is that national vision? How was it implemented? Yes, in the initial years, we did see the 5-year plans and some vision being implemented, but we lost it very quickly. And what do we see now? I think as one direct consequence, because we were so busy in our own little, ethnic groups and religious groups and what have you, our fragmentation here and there, that vision we lost. And today we are, if you look at the Human Development Index, where we stand and where we rank in this world, despite being the 6th largest populated country in the world, we are very low. And what is happening to us and what is happening to our security? Let me talk about this because I feel that in this today's world and age with 5th, 6th generation warfare, countries are secure not only just when their territories are secure, countries are secure when there is human security. And what do we mean by human security? For me, human security has clear 8 dimensions, very clear. It is not only territorial security, it is economic security, which includes income inequality, which basically minimizes inequality. It includes level of poverty. It includes food security. It includes security of real quality and good quality of employment and wages. It includes energy security. It includes shelter. And very important, it also includes no distinct regional disparities. So along with the economic securities, we also need external financial situation where we are not vulnerable. That is very important, because if we are, as far as our external finances are concerned, if we are vulnerable, what security paradigm are we operating in? Over and above that, social sectors are very important. We have to have within us educated, healthy workforce, people, youth, youngsters who are willing and able to compete and get on with their lives, feeling secure and feeling that they have the opportunity, economic and social and otherwise, to progress in the system that is being offered. And until and unless we are able to give them that system, then they don't feel secure. And we, of all the people, know what that means. If your nation is not feeling, we are going through a youth bulge. If there is this youth bulge in which these youngsters are not feeling that they have a stake in the system, or the system is giving them what is required to make their lives prosperous and the lives of the families prosperous, what will they do? What will they use? How will they use their energies? Will they be able to become and give us the economic dividend that we are looking forward to, and on the basis of which nations have progressed? I feel that they will become, it will be a democratic curse for us. Why? Because these energies will be used in the wrong ways. And let me also shock you by telling you that at this point of time, we have this phenomena of idle youth. Youth which is not doing anything. They're not studying in colleges, schools, universities. They're not even looking for jobs. They've dropped out of the labor market because they don't feel they'll get anything out of it. They're just sitting at home, probably roaming around in the streets. And don't you think this is a force that we really should not feel very comfortable moving around in the environment that we have? So the economic security, the social indicators securities, then security for our special groups, women and children. Then governance good governance is also one mechanism through which we need to be very secure. Environmental protection is one other way. Look at what's happening in the country at this point, starting from a KP down to Balochistan. These are all, manifestations of the fact that we haven't done enough to protect ourselves environmentally. And then finally, your personal security. So what we did at one stage is that using these 8 dimensions and some 85 indicators, we tried to quantify the index of human security in Pakistan since the start of the new millennium. And let me tell you this, that despite of all the episodes of good ups, booms, busts that we've had and experienced, our human security index hasn't gone up. It has either been stable or at some periods it has gone down. So what is it that we are offering to our people, the 230 million people living in this country? What kind of an environment is this, where there is regional disparity, segmented progress, inequality is getting up, interestingly, very, very, in fact, for me, worrying state of inequality, and some statistics in this matter are really, really worrisome, because we see that there is concentration of economic prosperity in segments of population while at the cost of the others. And I will dwell on it a little more in a little while. Now, being an economist, I can't help but talk a little bit more in more detail about the economic situation and what all this environment has done to on the economic side. We are at this stage, again, in an IMF program. When is it that countries go in an IMF program? Countries go in an IMF program when they are unable to meet their basic external financial requirements. And believe it or not, since 1990 onwards, roughly, we've been into 23 IMF programs. So what does that mean? It means that on an average, after 2.5, 3 years, we feel the need that we don't have enough resources. We need external help to fulfill our commitments, basic national obligations. And we have to resort to a loan, which makes us, of course, I do not need to tell you this, where we go with that. We have to, we have to get our act together, these boom-bust cycles. What we have done since then, in fact, for the last 4 or 5 decades of our existence, we have just celebrated 75 years of our existence as Pakistan. And where we are at this point of time is that our foreign exchange reserves are not in a very comfortable position. We have an import cover of just 1 month. We have a current account deficit which is very high. Why? Because we import too much, we do not export enough. And why is it that we import too much and not export enough? We haven't given the kind of priority to it like we should have in our years that we have seen. Then on the, so the lack of priority is one area that we have to focus on. Listen, as a nation, we need to learn to live within our means. If we do not learn this lesson now, even despite of 22 going on to 23rd IMF programs, then we are not learning a lesson at all. We're not a nation which is learning from what it has gone through. We have to learn to live within our means. Your export earnings are your means of dollars, strictly speaking. Remittance are a part and FDIs are a part, but your real earnings are your export earnings. If you're not exporting, don't import so much. Why is it that we as a nation can't live without cheese and without chandeliers or what have you that we are importing from abroad? So that's one area that we really, really need to look into and think through. And the consequence of all of this, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're in a debt trap. Our external debt at this point of time is $130 billion. We need to repay this. Our this year annual financing needs to repay them is $34 billion. What is our export earnings? Are they enough? Are they sufficient? Well, at this point of time, let me tell you this, because there was this imminent, feeling everywhere that maybe there is the lack of ability of Pakistan to repay its external commitments. That's not the case. Alhamdulillah, we are on shore. Alhamdulillah, we are in no such danger. We have our external finances for this year. Government has taken some important, very critical, very painful, but important and much needed steps. We have gone back to the IMF, we've got our act together. If we are importing oil at a price we really cannot afford as a nation to subsidize it, given the state of our budgetary deficit, and that budgetary deficit, let me tell you, is a huge one also on the domestic side also. Our budget deficit, the last year, if we hadn't rebased the GDP, was over 10% of our GDP. What nation can really operate on these lines where we are not generating enough taxes and yet we are expending? So this whole thing of living beyond our means has to be tackled upfront. And let me also again say this, it will not be done painlessly. What are we going to, we have to undertake measures, structural reform measures, and we have to implement them despite of all hue and cry if we think that it is in the interest of the country. Now look at the nature of our problems and look at the vast areas on the economic side on which we have to structurally adjust. We have to improve our governance. We have to strengthen our federation. We have to take the provincial governments on board. All tiers of government will have to play their role. Strengthening of the federation cannot come without not taking all the provinces on board and not developing all the provinces more or less equitably. Generating resources with the kind of elite capture we have, and I will be candid enough to say, why is this country, which is all said and done, well endowed, why are we unable to collect our taxes? Well, because we don't have the right policies. The policy makers are making sure that their own vested interests are taken care of. We don't have the bureaucracy to collect the taxes. The bureaucracy is taking care of its own also. The taxpayers, they don't feel that they have the obligation to pay to the country, and they find their own ways of getting around them. So they want to keep the exporters want to keep their exports proceed outside. They don't want to come in quickly and help out. So the kind of a consensus, the kind of a national identity, the kind of an ownership, the kind of sense of belonging that the people of Pakistan, all stakeholders, I am not leaving any exceptions here. from the institutions of bureaucracy, legislatures, judiciary, establishments, academia, media, businessmen, whoever you name them, and their ownership of what is happening in Pakistan and their sense of responsibility to contribute to the betterment of the situation is absolutely essential for us to make those structural adjustments which will make us economically secure and which will make our people, ensure our people's human security in the dimensions that I have mentioned to you. And to indicate to you as to some of the areas in which we need to really come up with a structural adjustment program, again concentrating more on the economic side, improving governance, strengthening the federation, resource mobilization, expenditure cuts, raising level of investment, improving the balance of payments through export promotion and import cuts, accelerating growth, and by growth I mean inclusive growth, which is not limited to capitalists or to certain segments, but it's broad-based, and very important, it's employment generating, so that everyone can benefit from the prosperity that comes with it. Striving for balanced regional development, again very important, focusing on human development. We need to make this our number one priority, providing employment opportunities and jobs, and achieving poverty alleviation for those who are really deprived with social protection are, I feel, 11 areas in which we as a nation should, as of now, if not yesterday, sit down and get a consensus. These are the directions in which we need to move. Whether we are in power or anyone else is in power, whichever political parties, this is needed in Pakistan. And these are, as I said, these will be very painful reforms. Because if I can talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening on the economic side, when you're cutting imports, we want to, I'm giving you some small, examples so to demonstrate my point. We knew that the country can't afford this kind of imports. We knew that our biggest import is energy imports, that we bring in oil and LNG and so on and so forth for petrol use of petrol and for energy creation. We needed to bring it down. And we said one way of doing it is just to shut the markets at 7 or 8 in the morning. You know, when the markets open till 12, there is more use of energy. So let's shut that down. And you know what we hear? We say, no, people are not used to this. We cannot do this. It will cause chaos. It will not be accepted. For me, sitting there, realizing how much the energy import is costing us in terms of dollars, and hearing resistance to even this kind of a measure, which I feel is not a very painful measure. All that we have to do is get up at 10 in the morning, open our shops, and shut them an hour after sunset. How much of a real adjustment does that need in life? Even that is resisted. So when you have these so-called political forces and these vested interests sitting there, not looking at national interest, but their own segments of interest, from how do we get that structural reform that is needed to make this nation self-reliant and secure? So I'm quoting this just an example. Imagine if you're going for more severe and more needed structural reform. We have a situation of inequality in this country where 22% of land ownership is in the hands of 2% of the people. If you're trying to reform them, wouldn't it be more painful than the example I just cited to you? If this example is so difficult to put through, how will we go and make those changes? Look at tax policy, the kind of tax expenditures that you have. If you just collect taxes and everyone pays the kind of taxes they should, given their income level, and we have the policy to do it, and we have the tax administration to do it, our tax to GT ratio would be at least 2% higher. At this point of time, we are hardly at 10%. We can very easily go to 2% if we just get determined, and we have the political will and the compliance and the wherewithal to do it. Will we be able to? We have these, when we start taxing the corporate sector, we get resistance. We say, you're taxing our profit, there will be no investment, there will be unemployment. Well, we're not taxing your investment, we are taxing your profits. You've made a whole array of big, handsome profit. Contribute a part to it, to the development of this country. We need it. We're in a state of crisis. Do we get it a very good response? Yes. Willing response? I'm afraid not. We talk to the retailers. The big retailing sector, which the services sector, 58% of our economy, were they forthcoming? No. And they had their own little segments of population putting in their own little bit or resisting it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the point that I'm trying to make is that all of this, I have a whole list of, some 12, 10 critical areas on which we need to just sit down and take those structural reforms and make them and just implement and somehow find the will to do it. Not the will of only our policy makers, but also the will of everyone else, the businessmen, the students, the media, you, me, academics, everyone. If we just sit down around the table and we just end up saying that to ensure human security and to put our country on a path of self-reliance, we need to undertake these painful reforms. We decide as a nation that we want to do it, because we want to get out of this boom-bust cycles and the vulnerabilities that they bring with us internationally and otherwise. We can do it. But the polarization that you see in this country today, do you foresee that happening? Being an academic, I am a very big optimist. And I am one of the few people who is always talking about the Charter of the Economy, this kind of a framework. We all sit down and we all agree to, and we all say, this is our country. Its development is our problem. It requires our contribution, financial, physical, capacity-wise or whatever. We will make it. When I joined the government, I was thinking we are moving. Given the fact that it is a coalition government, we can do it. You have so many parties on the political side, so many provinces represented, everyone is in the cabinet. This is a good time. We take the initial few steps, which was just to clean up the mess which was created. I don't want to make this political, but by the last government, by delaying some of the very needed reforms, we had to make all of them, and they were painful. The kind of a resistance we get, the kind of political scoring the opposition is doing, making it so difficult for us. And they know in their hearts of the heart that this had to be done. I am saying until you take politics and your own narrow view and your own self-interest out of it, you cannot change Pakistan the way we are and make it a solid nation. I'm just talking about economics here, but this is true not just for the economic side, but also for the social fabric. Today, we are so polarized as a country that you really cannot go to a place without thinking that you may offend someone by what you say, or you travel abroad, you talk to the cab driver, he himself is now starting to have his own political, leave alone religious and social and the other groups that we have here and, fragmentations in society that we have here. Even political now has become so difficult. How will we get to this kind of a thing? So my point is that it is high time that people like you and everyone in Pakistan, including our youth, we sit down. This is a country which we've got after loads of sacrifices. People have families have been, were cut to pieces and were killed for the creation of Pakistan. We've left our wealth there. We had aspirations. Our fathers, mothers had aspirations to get to where we are at this point of time, to create that country. And should we not really then be doing things that will take the nation faster? We need to foster patriotism, and we need to foster social cohesion while upholding the principle of unity in diversity. Different cultures, different language, different styles, doesn't matter. We have to uphold them, and we have to yet carve out that thing from amongst us by making them feel that they are not left behind, by making them feel they're as much part of us as anyone else, and we can do it. And we can really, really do it, because nations have had this kind of different fragmented structures, cultural, political, religious, and ethnic differences and sub-identities. And they were yet able to join together when it came to national integration and national policies. Other nations have done it. Why can't we as Pakistanis? And I think this, if any, is a good time, because we, at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen, I feel we're in a state of a perfect storm. On the economic side, on the social side, on the political side, on the foreign relations side, which is the side that we feel we are very comfortably set at this point of time? Hardly. We have issues all over. So is this not the time for us to really rebuild, rethink, and move forward? Forget about our past. What happened, let that be bygones. Let's look forward and try and address all those problems and try and now get a sense of moving forward together and make sure and learn the lessons from history that in going forward we can leave no one behind. If we don't learn these lessons, we're going to repeat mistakes we've made in the history, and we're not very proud of them. We have to move forward. We can do it. The dream of the 1973 Constitution, which was highlighted by the ambassador also, can still be fulfilled. Because I'm an optimistic, and the youth that we have is our asset. This country is well endowed. There is no reason, if we all sit down and we decide, we have to open up debate. We have to start talking about these things. We have to not shy away and be in a state of denial. No, this doesn't happen. No, you are ungrateful. No, this is not the way it has to be done. Sit down. Accept what is accept. Forgive and forget and move on. I think we need that now. And that can only be done if we generate intellectual debate of the kind that we are doing this morning. We come up with policy measures that will strengthen our national cohesion, and we celebrate our diversity, our heritage, and yet foster a sense of unity. It is needed. As a mother, as someone who's given up a life outside to come back and be in Pakistan, as someone who wants to call her kids back, come back after education and serve your country, as someone who is an economist and realizes that this country can do it even now, if we get our act together, if we decide we want to become a self-reliant nation, I don't see why we cannot. We just need to get our act together and realize that we are Pakistanis and our prosperity is linked to the well-being of Pakistanis. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Aisha Ghaus Pasha, for your very valuable and comprehensive keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, today we also have with us Honorable Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan. He is the former Foreign Secretary of Pakistan, holding various assignments at Pakistani missions around the world. including EU and China. He has served in Pakistan's Foreign Service for over 40 years. His published books include Afghanistan and Pakistan, Conflict, Extremism, and Resistance to Modernity. I now request Honorable Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan to please enlighten us on Pakistan's identity markers and nation-building vision.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. President IPRI, Dr. Raza Muhammad Sahib, Minister Dr. Aisha Ghaus Sahiba, Malik Sahib, friends and colleagues. First, I think I have a clarification to make. The clarification is that the subject which I was given is what is there in the program, and it says Pakistan's identity markers and nation-building vision. Then I found something today, this morning, that it was Pakistan's identity markers and nation-building vision of our founding fathers. So I'll just very briefly mention something about it and then move on to the subject, because I had taken down notes, because this is a subject which can tempt you into a labyrinth of thought processes and one can get lost. So I'll revert to my notes after that. But first, about founding fathers, what was their vision? I personally feel that Pakistan's struggle idea, in one aspect it was very simple, and in another aspect it was very complicated. It was simple in its purpose. The purpose was safeguarding the rights of Muslims of British India, especially their representation. Complicated it was because of the twists and turns of the struggle, which is spread over almost 30 years. And it eventually ended into the creation of Pakistan. During that struggle, that first phase of struggle, I don't think that our founding fathers had much time for thinking about a blueprint for nation building. They were basically focused on achieving the purpose. So, there were some general ideas like, for example, democracy, rights of minorities, representation, common good, and freedoms such as freedom to practice religion. These were ideas which were shared by almost all the founding fathers of Pakistan. So, I would end by saying that if at all there was anything close to a blueprint or guidance for nation building, that was Quaid-e-Azam's speech of 11th August 1947. And unfortunately, that's one speech that many of us try to really push into obscurity. That is the only one which has given guidance. Anyway, I'll not go into further into this thing. Let me just say that Dr. Aisha has given a very thoughtful and practical suggestions about the structural changes and about the challenges that we face in politics, and I thank her for that. My take would be a bit different. because this is a subject which can really be discussed from different angles. And here, as I said, that I have prepared some notes, and so that I don't get lost, I have tried to put down these notes, and I'll consult them. First of all, I must say that this subject, Pakistan's identity markers and nation-building vision, it's a topic for a scholar, for an academic, and not a retired diplomat. But nonetheless, I'll inflict myself on you for the next 20 minutes. Identity markers and nation building are matters on which discussion could range from practical to philosophical. I cannot and will not attempt to define them, and if needed, I can explain why concepts are so difficult to define. But I have been thinking about how I consider them, especially in the context of Pakistan. Pakistan is a multicultural, multi-ethnic nation with recent and ancient history and a distinctive political struggle that led to the birth of the country 75 years ago. Clearly, none of these and other recognizable attributes are sufficient to define Pakistan. Together, in a deductive manner, in a deductive sense, they contribute to Pakistan's identity. Let me explain. Islam, which so dominated the quest for Pakistan and provided the basis for the two-nation theory, can only be part of its identity but not the identity itself. Islam did not prevent splitting of the Qaid's Pakistan half a century ago, and it does not bind us in nationhood with many other Islamic countries around us. Take geography. The Indus runs through the territory of post-1971 Pakistan. But Indus is no Nile, not even a Ganges. Indeed, over the course of history, Indus has often been a great divider of cultures and even empires. But today, Indus must be taken as one of the identity markers of Pakistan. Take history. I believe that instead of debating a point of reference, the entire history of this ancient land must be taken as organic to Pakistan. Once at an event in Brussels, South Asian ambassadors were asked to give brief introduction of their respective countries. I spoke of Indus Valley civilization, Gandhara civilization, before touching upon the Muslim period. And just to add a spice, remarked that Pakistan is a land where one great religion was born, that is Hinduism. One great religion was exported, that is Buddhism. And one great religion was imported. That is what we have. My Indian counterpart appeared agitated, came to me, and could not resist saying, "But you do not own that part of history." I, of course, dismissed his remark as what I had described is every bit, in my view, part of Pakistan's history, and it ought to be one of our identity markers. Then look at the diversity of ethnicities, languages, and cultures in our land that stretches over a phenomenally beautiful landscape, some of the highest mountains, plateaus, plains, deserts. Something of an identity marker, and which is also a source of pride. Also, there is the talent of the people in arts, poetry, literature, etc. I don't want to go into details. All these markers and more are part of Pakistani identity, but by itself, none of them can be described as Pakistan's identity. These markers infuse in us a sense of distinction. However, it is also evident, even when taken together, they do not become an assured binding force for national cohesion or the drive for nation building. This leads me to my second point. What is it that counts for national cohesion and motivation for nation building? In my view, it is the shared perception of common accomplishment or common pride and aspiration, that's one other way of putting it, and a sense of common threat, which basically leads to that motivation and that cohesion. I'll briefly focus on this thought. I also do not rule out that there are other angles, and one angle has been given by the minister herself just now. But as I said, that this is one specific take which may be relevant. Let me first take a sense of common threat. This is essentially a negative and quite a widespread sentiment in Pakistan especially. But it has to be a transient sentiment in its role, especially for nation building. In Pakistan, as I said, we are familiar with it. Many of us look at India as a permanent existential threat. This perception may be necessary to sustain the logic of a security state paradigm. But this diminishes Pakistan to an antithesis of India, which in my view is unfair to Pakistan. More important is the positive force of a sense of achievement. The development activity in the decades of the 60s, 50s and 60s, I would say, and improved standards of living in that then West Pakistan was a factor of cohesion. On the other hand, the perceived neglect of East Pakistan had its consequences and contributed to the alienation that culminated in the 1971 debacle. Next door in India, two developments contributed to its cohesion: victory over Pakistan in 71 and the 1974 nuclear test. The progress in China since 1949, and one can talk a lot about that, is the most emphatic source of pride and national cohesion in that country. This takes me to my third point, and I wish to make this point with a set of observations. What is key to national accomplishment in this day and age? This is the understanding, especially on the part of national leadership, of history of human progression and what I describe as the imperatives of modernity. Even as nations rise and fall, there is a progression in human condition, and this is directly linked to knowledge base and assimilation of science and technology in a society. Leaders and societies with a vision understand this imperative. I would recommend one book, I usually do that, by Jared Diamond. It's called Guns, Germs and Steel. It's a classic. And that gives the history of 12,000 years of humankind. And that emphasizes this very, very point. Anyway. But why is this important? Look around. In United States, for example, we find frequent expressions of concern that Asian students are doing better than the American students in STEM subjects. STEM are, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. When China opened up to the West in 1980s, the first step it took was to send scores of thousands of students to Western universities to learn sciences and to import as much as possible sensitive and advanced technology. I can give you many examples. I had served as ambassador there, so based on that experience. In 2018, in United States universities alone, there were 400,000 Chinese students studying these subjects. Prime Minister Nehru in 1948 said that he wanted one institution like MIT. Today, India has 5 IITs, whose graduates dominate the high-tech world around the globe. I'll give you another example. Once asked what she wished for India, Indira Gandhi said, India missed out on industrial revolution, but must not miss out the ongoing technological revolution. Look at the phrase and the thinking behind this comment. Our leadership, and pardon me, Minister, you are here, and public grasp has been wanting in this sensitivity and understanding of history. Incidentally, I may say that in China, if you look at the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, about, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 members, about 80% of them have science background. We, of course, mostly have background here of social sciences or law graduates. Anyway, in Pakistan, we are also familiar with all the problems, and some of them have been mentioned by the minister, about corruption, inept governance, alienation, poverty, illiteracy, systemic institutional failings, and now this most worrisome polarization in the country, the like of which at least I have not seen before. But these are malaise afflicting our social and political fabric, and almost universally recognized as reprehensible practices. Obviously, these are grave problems, but they are not challenges at an intellectual plane where you have to determine whether it is good or bad and all that. Here, I would like to highlight a few misperceptions that have clouded our minds and have inhibited our ability to cope with the demands of the present times. And that is linked to what I say, accomplishment, which is necessary for national cohesion and nation building. First is the confusion between modernization and westernization. The Chinese use two different and distinct expressions for the two words. I can give those words, but it will be meaningless over here. I had studied Chinese. So, 4 modernizations was the key slogan given by Deng Xiaoping to propel the miracle of China's rise. India is modernizing, so are vast regions of Far East and Southeast Asia. In Pakistan, we resist modernization by confusing it with westernization. This confusion is rooted in Maulana Maududi's exegesis on political Islam that uses the two expressions interchangeably. In his exegesis, if you read, you will find this confusion. He had similarly discredited secularism by translating it as Ladiniyat, when most Muslim countries prided themselves in being secular. Second is a rather inexplicable, I would say, reservation to reason and rationalism, which goes beyond justifying expediency or ordinary unethical behavior. Allama Iqbal's seminal work, Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam, is a tribute to reason. But what has influenced the intellectual makeup of Pakistani mind is his powerful poetry, which on the face of it relegates reason, aql, to a second pedestal and elevates ishq, junoon, at a higher level. In my view, rather than degrading aql, Allama was more concerned about infusing energy in the Muslim millat, which was suffering from decay and helplessness both in temporal and spiritual dimensions. But this is moot. The fact is that his message was morphed into an anti-rational opiate. I recently saw TLP banners in Islamabad with Junoon written in bold letters. So Allama Iqbal's Junoon is now being misused, or whatever you may say, for a communal purpose. I believe that apart from insistence on resort to thinking, the oft-quoted divine injunction, Amar bil Maroof and Nahi al Munkar, is an invitation to think and apply your mind. What is good and what is not good for you? This is an invitation to apply your mind. There are many ahadith also, one doesn't have to go into that. Third point in this context, I would say, is mixing Islam with politics. And in fact, exploiting Islam, even distorting it for political goals. Kemal Ataturk had once remarked that from a moral perspective, religion is supposed to be elevating, and politics is often degrading. When you mix religion with politics, it is not that politics is elevated, but it is that religion is degraded. Well, anyway, Ataturk may not be such a good example to cite these days. And religion is a very touchy subject. I will, however, narrate a couple of instances, my personal experiences, to convey what I mean and how we have distorted Islam. Some of my colleagues, I have mentioned these to them, so it may be a repetition for them. Only a few months back, I gave a talk on Afghanistan and remarked that the Taliban government ought to be sensitive to international demand for female education and work opportunities. Following the talk, as I walked out, 5 young, apparently madrasa students walked up to me and said very courteously that what I had said was not compatible with Islam. I said that I would explain my position if they could answer my one question. I asked them, who was the Islam's first lady? 4 of them said Hazrat Fatima Raziullah Ta'ala Anha. When I asked them who was her mother, only one hesitatingly answered Hazrat Khatija Raziullah Ta'ala Anha. None knew about her background because our madrasas do not teach about her, and you can easily guess why. A second example. I do not talk about blasphemy laws, although I have referred to them in my book, Afghanistan and Pakistan, Conflict, Extremism, and Resistance to Modernity. But I'll narrate one story. In Brussels, I asked my Egyptian counterpart, Ambassador Shaban, whether Egypt had blasphemy laws and what they were. He gave details, which I later got confirmed from our embassy in Cairo, and Ambassador Seema Naqvi, Ambassador Inam's good wife, may Allah bless her soul, she had sent me those laws. And I needed them for my book. According to the Egyptian laws, if an accused denied having committed blasphemy, he is acquitted and has the right to sue the accuser if he so chooses. If somebody admits but offers contrition, tawbah, he is acquitted. If the accused admits and refuses contrition, tawbah, the maximum punishment, depending on gravity of the crime, is 5 years imprisonment. Now, can anybody claim that we are better Muslims than the Egyptians? Such claim at best would be laughable. Finally, I cannot but have to conclude with a lament about our education system, which is today trifurcated. I will not talk about madrasas, you know them. English medium system. I believe that English medium system cannot produce engineers and scientists. The system focuses on social sciences. You would also know that Fulbright has perhaps the largest scholarship program for Pakistan, but not a single scholarship is allocated for studies in sciences or STEM subjects, and understandably so. Our run-of-the-mill school system, which had produced scientists and engineers of note in the past, has been degraded. Now we want to introduce a single curricula. I don't know how much work has been done on that. But I hear that there are recommendations which have yet to materialize for compulsory learning of Arabic and heavy emphasis on Islamiyat. If that could produce good Muslims, the Arabs would have been paragon of Islamic virtue. And you understand what they are. Such artificial props would not contribute to national cohesion or national strength. I end with the plea that in our education, we should think about promoting rational and scientific outlook along with the right balance on learning about our faith and our history, as is the example of China and other fast advancing countries before us. Without being in step with the spirit of the times and demands of modernity, we cannot accomplish anything of note needed for our national cohesion and, of course, nation building. We need to remove cobwebs in our thinking and have faith in the remarkable potential and resilience that Pakistan and Pakistani people continue to demonstrate, and about which Minister has already referred in her presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan, for your insightful views. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker for today is Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch. He has a noteworthy political career, having served as the former Chief Minister of Balochistan. He is deemed as the first non-tribal leader to hold this portfolio. Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch is also the President of National Party. I now request Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch to please share his views on ameliorating the sense of deprivation.
Thank you. I'm thankful to Dr. Sahib for inviting me, and I think the majority of the speaker and audience will not agree with my point of view, but this is a proper way. But I should talk and very clear cuts I put my ideas. We are all quoting Qaid-e-Azam 11 August speech. लेकिन आइन में तो हमने करारदाद मकासद को डाला है. کتنا بڑا کانٹراڈکشن ہے. کوئی بات کر سکتا ہے قرارداد مقاصد کے بارے میں؟ نو. میں کانسٹیٹیوشن کمیٹی میں رہا ہوں 98 ترمیم کے. آیا یہ ہم بار بار کیوں سوچتے ہیں کہ 75 سال گزرنے کے باوجود ہم نیشنل بلڈنگ نہیں کر سکے؟ اس کی بنیادی وجہ یہ ہے کہ ہم نے جو مسائل ہیں ہمارے ان کو ہم نے صحیح معنوں میں ایڈریس نہیں کی. ٹھیک ہے، اسلام کے نام پہ یہ ملک بنا، لیکن یا تو اسلامی نظام سے چلاؤ یا تو جمہوریت سے چلاؤ. ایسی کنفیوژن ہے. میں جہاں تک سمجھتا ہوں کہ جو یہاں پہ ایک مائنڈ سیٹ ہے وہ ہمارے پولیٹیشین میں ہے، وہ ہمارے بیوروکریٹس میں ہے، وہ ہمارے فوج میں ہے، وہ میڈیا اور جج میں ہے. وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ جی یہاں پہ صرف ایک زبان ہے، وہ ہے اردو. اردو کے علاوہ یہاں کوئی زبان نہیں ہے. اب اپنے بچوں کو بھی اردو نہیں پڑھاتے ہیں، سب کے بچے انگریزی پڑھتے ہیں کیونکہ کمپٹیشن میں تو انگریزی ہے نا. غریب کے بچے کو کہتے ہیں آپ اردو پڑھیں. ہمارے اسکولوں میں اردو ہے. میں خود ٹاٹ کا پیداوار ہوں، ٹاٹ کی اسکولوں میں نے پڑھا ہے. اب اگر میں کہوں کہ جی یس آئی ایم پاکستانی اور پاکستان میرا ملک ہے، لیکن ساتھ ساتھ میں بلوچ بھی ہوں، یہاں بلوچ بھی رہتے ہیں، پنجابی بھی رہتے ہیں، پشتون بھی رہتے ہیں، سرائکی بھی رہتے ہیں، سندھی بھی رہتے ہیں. کہتے نو، یہ آپ کی جب آپ نے یہ کہا تو اس سے آپ کی جو نیشنل بلڈنگ ہے وہ نہیں ہوگی. میں کہتا ہوں ہوگی. اگر پاکستان ایک استحکام پولیٹیکلی اور اکنامکلی ہوگا تو اسی ایشو پہ ہوگا کہ آپ کو لوگوں کی ایڈنٹیٹی کو تسلیم کرنا پڑے گا. جب تک آپ کتنی مطلب جب میں پڑھتا تھا، پانی پت کی پہلی لڑائی، پانی پت کی دوسری لڑائی، پانی پت کی تیسری لڑائی، میری سمجھ میں نہیں ہے یہ سارے لڑائی پانی پت میں کیوں ہوئے. بعد میں پتہ چل گیا جب میں پانی پت چلا گیا تو دیکھیں اس طرح نہیں ہے. آپ گوری پہ فخر کریں، غزنوی پہ فخر کریں، مغل پہ فخر کریں، لیکن کیا یہاں انڈیجینیس ہسٹری نہیں ہے؟ بلے شاہ کو کیوں نہیں پڑھاتے ہیں بچوں کو؟ خوشحال خان خٹک کو کیوں نہیں پڑھاتے ہیں؟ عطا شاد کو کیوں نہیں پڑھاتے ہیں؟ رحمان بابا کو کیوں نہیں پڑھاتے ہو؟ ہم نے اپنی ہسٹری کو بھی ٹوسٹ کیا ہے کہ جی سنٹرل ایشین ہسٹری کو میں پڑھاتا ہوں، لیکن جو یہاں انڈس ہے، گنڈامک ہے، مہرگڑھ ہے، یہ میری اس میں نہیں ہے. بھائی اس طرح سے کیسے نیشنل بلڈنگ ہوگی؟ نیشنل بلڈنگ اس وقت ہوگی کہ جب آپ اس ملک کو ایک ٹرو فیڈرل نظام کے تحت چلائیں گے. یہاں پہ مکمل جمہوریت ہوگی، یہاں جمہور کی بالادستی ہوگی، یہاں طاقت کا سرچشمہ عوام ہوگا. تب آپ اس ملک کو سیاسی طور پر، معاشی طور پر چلا سکتے ہیں. اس طرح آپ نہیں چلا سکتے ہیں کہ الیکشنوں میں آپ ٹپے ماریں. معذرت کے ساتھ میں اپنی ڈیٹریک ہو رہا ہوں، لیکن میں ریزن آپ کو بتاؤں گا کہ کیوں یہاں پہ، جیسے میرے منسٹر صاحبہ نے کہا کہ یہاں پولرائزیشن ہے. پولرائزیشن کی ریزن یہی ہے کہ راتوں رات پارٹیاں بناتے ہیں, راتوں رات ٹپے لگتے ہیں, راتوں رات حکومتیں بناتی ہیں. تو یہ حقیقت ہے. اگر آپ مجھے کہیں گے, میں کہوں گا I'm پاکستانی. شاید آپ نہیں جانتے ہیں کہ مجھے میری پارٹی کو کتنا مار پڑی ہے بلوچستان میں, لیکن میں سمجھتا ہوں پاکستان میرا ملک ہے. لیکن مجھے دوسرے زبانوں سے آئی لو اٹ, مجھے ان سے نفرت نہیں ہے. کہ کوئی کہے گا کہ جی جو آپ اردو نہیں, میں ایمانداری سے جو ہے نا ابھی اردو میں بات کر رہا ہوں, مجھے یہ پتا نہیں ہے کہ میرا اردو میں ٹھیک کہہ رہا ہوں یا نہیں کہہ رہا ہوں. 65 سال کا ہوں میں, اردو پڑھ پڑھ کے جو ابھی تک میرے پلے میں نہیں پڑھ رہا ہے صحیح معنوں میں. تو میں کہتا ہوں کہ ہمیں حقائق کو سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے. حقائق یہ ہیں کہ اس ملک میں عوام کی بالادستی ہوگی, اس ملک میں یہاں کے جو لوگ ہیں. میں آپ کو ایک مثال دیتا ہوں. یہ بلوچستان میں بار بار کیوں انسرجنسیاں ہو رہی ہیں؟ کبھی سوچا ہے؟ تمام روڈز بند ہیں, لاپتہ افراد کے حوالے سے, دوسرے ایشوز کے حوالے سے. اس لیے ہوئی ہیں کہ 75 سال میں وہاں پہ محرومیاں ہی رہی ہیں. آج بھی بلوچستان ایک ہفتے سے نہ پنجاب سے کٹا ہوا ہے اور سندھ سے کٹا ہوا ہے. تو اگر ہم یہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ یہاں نیشنل بلڈنگ ہونی چاہیے, تو ہمیں کور ایشو کو ایڈریس کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. کور ایشو یہ ہے کہ یہ ملک جمہوری سسٹم سے ہی چلے گا. اس میں عوام کی بالادستی کو آپ کو مانا پڑے گا. یہاں زبانوں کو, قومی کلچروں کو آپ کا مانا پڑے گا. تب جا کے ہم ایک پاکستانی قوم کی شکل میں بن سکتے ہیں. جب تک آپ ان کو نہیں مانو گے تو مشکلات پیدا ہوں گے. میں یقین سے کہتا ہوں کہ میں شاید میری باتوں سے آپ بہت سے دوستوں نے اختلاف ہوگا, لیکن قائد اعظم کا 14 اگست اور قرارداد مقاصد جو ہے نا, یہ دونوں نہیں چلیں گے, ایک چلے گا. اور ہمیں ایک چیز جو اکٹھے کر سکتا ہے وہ ہے 73 کا کانسٹیٹیوشنز. ہم کانسٹیٹیوشن کو مانتے ہی نہیں ہیں. جب تک آپ اس ملک کو ایک ٹرو ویلفیئر فیڈرلزم کی طرح نہیں لے آئے جائیں گے اور پاکستان کی آئین کی بالادستی نہیں ہوگا, تو اس ملک میں یہ جو مشکلات ہیں یہ مشکلات رہیں گے. ہم آ کے میریٹ میں بیٹھ کے 2 دن انجوائے ضرور کریں گے اور وہ باتیں کہیں گے کہ جو آپ کو خود, مجھے پتا ہے کہ یہ ایک ذمہ دار تھنک ٹینک سے, اس لیے میں ڈاکٹر صاحب آپ سے یہ بات کر رہا ہوں. میری ریکمنڈیشن ڈال دیں اس میں کہ اس ملک میں صرف اور صرف جمہوریت ہی چلے گی, اور ملک کے وہ بنیادی سوال جو ہم بقولے یہاں کے چھوٹے چھوٹے قوموں کے ہیں یا چھوٹے چھوٹے صوبوں کے ہیں, تو ہمیں کم از کم آپ لوگ پہلے تو یہ چھوٹے سے نکالو. میں نے ایک دن کہا, کسی سے تھوڑا سا ناراض ہو گیا, میں نے کہا اسلام آباد میں ایک مائنڈ سیٹ ہے, وہ مائنڈ سیٹ بلوچستان سے اس کو بہت پیار ہے, بلوچستان کے وسائل سے بھی اس کو بہت پیار ہے, لیکن بلوچستان کے عوام سے نہیں. اس کو چینج کرنا پڑے گا. تھینک یو ویری مچ.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch, for enlightening us with your valuable views. Honorable guests, the upcoming discussion will feature Mr. Jamal Shah, Mr. Awais Ahmed Khani, Ms. Roshan Khurshid Barucha, and Dr. Raja Kaisar Ahmed. Please stick around as we talk more on identity and culture in the context of Pakistan. But before that, we now take a brief tea break. We will reconvene the session after about 20 minutes. Please proceed to the back of the hall for tea and refreshments. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a brief announcement. Due to prior commitments, Honorable Dr. Aisha Qaus Pasha, Minister of State for Finance and Revenue, will not be joining us for the remainder of the session. Therefore, the President is now presenting her the memento. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be seated. We are about to begin our next session. Thank you. I apologize. We're just waiting for one more speaker, and we will then begin our session. Honorable guests, I welcome on stage our esteemed speakers for the second part, Mr. Jamal Shah, Mr. Awais Ahmed Khani, Ms. Roshan Khurshid Barucha, and Dr. Raja Kaisar Ahmed, who will be joining us within the next 2 to 3 minutes. We will now begin with Mr. Jamal Shah, who needs little introduction. He is the chairman of Pakistan Freedom Front and founder of Hunar Kada College of Performing and Visual Arts. He's also one of Pakistan's renowned multi-talented artists, having proven his mettle not only in the field of acting, but also direction. He is also the former Director General of Pakistan National Council of Arts. I now request Mr. Jamal Shah to kindly discuss with us the notion of finding unity in cultural diversity.
Assalamu alaikum ji. I would like to thank IPRI for considering me important enough to share my views with scholars and professionals of various fields. I'm more of a drifter because maybe I don't believe in specialization. So here are my thoughts about the validity of art and culture in a country's or state's life. Pakistan emerged as a new country in 1947 on a land with rich imprints of civilization since the past 9,500 years, starting from Mehergarh. The country's a cradle of several civilizations, including the Bolan, the Indus Valley, showcasing Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and Gandhara. Since Mehergarh, the charm and fertility of this enchanting land has attracted numerous migrations and invasions, most resulting in assimilations that enriched the land with a myriad of cultures, religions, and languages. The land of Pakistan is therefore rightfully referred to as a melting pot of diversity of culture and religions, making its indigenous narrative enviable, a land blessed with a dramatic terrain and people. A society's culture encompasses its spiritual, philosophical, intellectual, emotional, and material features, including ways of living together, value systems, traditional practices, and beliefs. People's intimate engagement with each other, their observation, knowledge, understanding, expression, creativity, skills, language, their participation in cultural life, awareness of each other's cultural identity, its diversity, and respect for social confines and freedoms is what defines culture. Pakistan epitomizes unity in diversity, and it is this essential socio-cultural asset which must always be embraced as a unifying factor. Geographically, it has a terrain ranging from sea level to over 8,000 meters elevation, while also enjoying all 4 seasons in the full glory. Demographically, the land is inhabited by a multitude of communities and cultures. Over 80 spoken languages are found in Pakistan, branching from various origins. The dire need to keep these rich languages alive cannot be ignored. Hence, early education in mother tongue should be made mandatory, at least in major languages such as Punjabi, Pashto, Sindhi, Saraiki, Balochi, and Brahavi. This can inculcate the spirit of ownership among people, making the country stronger and less vulnerable. I remember as a child when we used to go to school, children from other ethnic groups would engage us in a ridiculous discourse. They would ask someone like me to say footpath, and being a Pashtun, I would say footpath, and they would laugh. Then the next question would be, "Tum Pathan ho ke Musalman?" My immediate response would be Pathan. Acha Musalman nahi ho. That would, keep me, disturbed. When I used to come back home, I would ask my mother or elders whether we are Muslims or not. So such was the discourse, which seemingly looked very innocent. But it had, I think, engineered strings attached to it. Our country has also inherited a rich heritage of tolerance, compassion, Sufi teachings, and wisdom, which effortlessly brings people closer, combating the rising intolerance brought about by violent and militant expressions over the past few decades. I would recite, which I always do, 2 lines from Rahman Baba. Rahman Baba says, Kar the gul ukhda chi sima di gulzar si, that plant flowers so your land becomes a garden. Aghzi makara papshu ki badi khar si, don't plant thorns, they'll hurt your feet. But, we all know that, thorns were planted deliberately, which graduated to monsters and, did whatever they wanted to do. Pakistan is the young custodian of a very old cultural narrative which attracts and holds this unparalleled diversity like a magnetic core. This could have been used by the country as its biggest strength, but decades were wasted in utter disregard of this rich cultural resource. Pakistan would be a lot more liberal, harmonious, pluralistic, strong, and free as a country if the indigenous cultural narrative of the land was given a chance to play its role in education, politics, economy, and governance to strengthen the national identity of Pakistan. Father of nation, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, being mindful of this rich resource, said, "You are free to go to your temples, you are free to go to your mosques, or to any other place of worship in this state of Pakistan. You may belong to any religion or caste or creed. That has nothing to do with the business of the state." But we experienced everything otherwise. He visualized a culture of Pakistan where identity of the citizens would not be judged on the basis of sectarian, religious, and ethnic appellations, but rather every individual would identify as a member of an independent nation enjoying the right to freely pursue his religion or cultural practices. A strong sense of appreciation for cultural diversity and a promise to protect cultural rights dominated his beliefs. Therefore, our past has to become a strong foundation for not only inspiring continuity, but also transpiring innovations for a brighter future. Qaid's vision also urges us to be mindful of our cultural heritage, its protection and promotion, and the creative expression of the people of Pakistan. The state should bring forth the cementing ability of this diversity and inspire creativity through it in all fields. But we have experienced that unity, faith, discipline, the famous saying, Qaid was changed into faith, unity and discipline by a self-imposed decision maker. Pakistan has spent 7 decades without a national culture policy, despite ardent efforts of iconic cultural leaders like Faiz Ahmad Faiz in the early 70s after the split of the federation in 1971. So efforts that could not materialize are also recorded. However, significant work was done during Bhutto's era, after a decade of martial law, and the country experienced a brief period of somewhat golden age in terms of art and culture. Art and culture faced direct hostility in the 80s during Zia's regime due to his strong commitment to Afghan jihad at the cost of dismantling the cultural narrative of the land. As a consequence, this again reminds us of the sayings of Rahman Baba. That was the time when these thorns were planted. As a consequence, our culture remained marked by conspired intolerance for years, with little to no effort made for rebuilding our cultural narrative in line with our indigenous values rooting and blossoming from diversity. This was followed by a relatively liberal but a cosmetic soft image of Pakistan by Musharraf's regime during America's war on terror, only to hide the ugliness of intolerance that had plagued our land with the new face of the country. After 7 decades, Pakistan finally has a national cultural policy which reflects the diverse cultural narrative of a land. This cultural policy was passed in the previous regime of Nawaz Sharif, and I was also involved in writing this policy. So we are fortunate that we have a cultural policy now. It is mindful of the dreams, aspirations, sorrows, joys, struggles, and achievements of its proud custodians. It considers the creative and critical engagement between people, their natural and cultural heritage as its essence, because it transpires creativity, innovation, and reciprocity. The cultural policy therefore embodies the futuristic vision of a peaceful, pluralistic, and prosperous society based on democracy, aiming to bridge the gap between the true potential of Pakistan and its realization. Culture is not a stagnant phenomenon. It is bound to constantly evolve, shaping communities while itself being shaped by changing trends, demographics, technological advancements, globalization, and adapting value systems. Pakistan, like any other society, is also witnessing social, economic, and political changes. Accordingly, cultural changes must also be embraced and duly celebrated, allowing creativity and innovation instead of stagnation and resistance to evolution. Pakistani culture must remain vibrant and reflective of pluralistic values, filtering the undemocratic practices that have become deeply embedded in our culture over time and replacing them with globally endorsed principles of human rights and social justice that fulfill people's emerging needs. The new narrative of national culture policy, therefore, particularly derives strength from our past traditions of harmonious existence and the therapeutic value of culture, carrying the nation forward in a peaceful way. This evolution also makes itself evident in our visual and performing arts, where tradition and its continuity and renewal alongside innovative contributions in all fields has strengthened and enhanced country's image internationally to a certain extent. Pakistan, like all civilized nations, needs to invest in cultural infrastructure like museums, theaters, cinemas, art galleries, cultural centers, studios, concert halls, public parks, auditoria, and more institutions like NCAP, PTV, PBC, etc., etc. These institutions should serve as creative hubs. Therefore, supporting them should be prioritized by the state. Provinces should be encouraged to set up cultural infrastructure at city and district headquarters level. The government should also provide the much needed patronage to authentic tradition bearers to ensure the continuity of indigenous art forms and disciplines alongside contemporary expressions of culture. The iconic presence in this reference and creative input of our writers, artists, musicians, filmmakers such as Allah Bakhsh, Haji Sharif, Chughtai, Khalid Iqbal, Anamol Ka Ahmad, Ustad Bashir Ahmad, Noor Jahan, Ustad Salamat Ali Khan, Tufail Nazi, Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, Mehdi Hassan, Ustad Jumman, Faiz Baloch, Murid Baledi, Khyal Muhammad, Faiz Jalib, Ahmad Faraz, Nahi Siddiqui, Maharaj Ghulam Hussain Kathak, Madiha Gohar, to mention just a few, have played an exceptional role in preserving and promoting our culture throughout, but particularly at critical and challenging times since independence. And these people should be, remembered fondly, because it was their individual efforts without any support by the state. Art and culture has a distinctive ability of engaging people into an intimate, creative, and critical relationship with their lives, natural and built environment, and their milieu. It enables man to understand, evaluate, and transform that information into innovative forms of association or means of communication, by virtue of which the individual attains authentic knowledge of the land, life, and people. Thus, the individual becomes aware of his home, neighborhood, city, country, his geography, history, culture, heritage, politics, beliefs, religion, customs, economy, governance, and their beloveds. In the process, the individual finds himself engaged in a reciprocal relationship with his milieu, and the intimacy and authenticity of this knowledge and his critical engagement and innovation encourages the individual to enter a process of evolution and clarity, which eventually enables him to make informed decision making, which is the essence or focus of all means of communication, for it turns the individual into a productive being who is generous, brave, secure, and interested in sharing rather than being stingy, insecure, selfish, and exploitative. It inculcates in him respect for diversity, pluralism, and democratic value, and informed decision making instead of taking insecure, selfish, and self-imposed decisions. It kindles in him the spirit of ownership instead of alienating him and seeking shelters in isolated fortresses. Above all, it makes him intimately informed and mindful of the indigenous cultural narrative of the land. And it is the indigenous cultural narrative of the land that educates the individual and prepares him for greater combats in history, which is why the indigenous cultural narrative of the land should become the foundation stone of our national curriculum, which we don't have. We always say that there's a national curriculum, but I have not seen it. Any country's national curriculum derives its strength from the national indigenous cultural narrative of the land. I would make a few recommendations in the end, which are very general across all aspects of art and culture, which was also the essence of our culture policy, that art and culture should be considered a necessity. It should be considered a necessity, not a luxury, and included in educational curriculum accordingly. The need for a robust cultural infrastructure throughout Pakistan is essential. It should not be forgotten or ignored. reforming all existing governmental cultural institutions, making them autonomous, run by capable boards and visionary professionals. I spent 3 years in PNCA, and when I joined PNCA at the request of Parvez Rashid Sahib, who I regard a lot, and my condition was that there will be no interference, and he said no, there won't be. As long as he was there, there was no interference. But when I joined PNCA, it didn't have a board of governors. So the board was constituted, and we held the first meeting, which was very ambitious. And I was very happy because the agenda had received overwhelming support. So, feeling very victorious, I sent the agenda to the ministry, which is just 5 minutes from our office. And would you believe that the agenda, the minutes were returned unsigned after 2.5 years, which is the evidence of the level of interest of the government or the bureaucracy or whatever you call. So in the process, I had spent 3 budgets which were technically not valid because the Board of Governors should have approved the budget. So that's the level of seriousness at the level of decision-making or government. All cultural institutions should adopt sustainable models generating considerable revenue. Cultural institutions should be freed from bureaucratic control and ad hocism. No irrelevant employees should be employed in cultural institutions. Merit should be the priority. Artist villages should be established in all cities. Community cultural clubs should be established in all cities. These are my recommendations, and I'm being an optimist. I think if we engage with the governments, and if true representation or the process of true representation is ensured, because the biggest impediment for that essential factor is the lack of electoral reforms, where anybody is allowed to spend millions on the elections. I mean, if you are a millionaire and I'm a poor political animal, I will not dare to think of contesting elections against you. So the use of money actually discourages a majority of Pakistanis from having true representation. So what happens is that the people who have spent or invested huge amounts, they enter the parliament and they put themselves in showcases and they attract prices. That is a flawed process, which I think is very, very important to be questioned and protested against. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful views. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Raja Kaisar Ahmed has joined us on stage, so we welcome him. Moving on, I now introduce Mr. Awais Ahmed Ghani. He's a well-renowned Pakistani politician. He's also the 3rd person in Pakistan's history who holds the rare honor of holding governorship of 2 provinces of Pakistan, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. He also has held various portfolios of provincial ministries. His published works include Pakistan, Views on Statecraft, Politics and Governance, and Constitutional Framework for an Islamic Welfare State in Pakistan. I now request Mr. Awais Ahmed Ghani to please kindly enlighten us on pathways for strengthening Pakistan's federal structure.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I am grateful to IPRI for this opportunity to share my views with you on the subject. I have about 5 slides to help me in my presentation. Can they be flashed? Yes, thank you. They are now 7 because they've broken up 2 of the slides into 2 parts. Let me clarify first. I'm not a politician. I'm a professional mechanical engineer with 30 years of experience on factory floors. I'm neither a politician nor a bureaucrat, neither a military man. I'm a professional technocrat and a hands-on engineer. And what happened to me, I came into government was a sort of a side issue, but it derailed my career as a mechanical engineer. I have a slightly different perspective on the issue that we are discussing in the seminar. A while ago, when Dr. Malik spoke, I applauded him. And when he approached me, I said that, Malik Sahib, आपके कुछ आइडिया से इख्तलाफ तो है, हो सकता है, लेकिन आप दिल से बोले, and I appreciate that. I will also speak from my heart, and I know some of you will disagree with me. In fact, many of you will disagree with me, but nevertheless, I must speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the cure for disease starts with a diagnosis. So I'm going to, before my recommendations, carry out a small diagnosis of Pakistan's geopolitical history or dynamics of this region, the domestic environment and its history. My first slide is on the historical geopolitical dynamics of the South Asian subcontinent. Can we have it, please? I'm sorry. I wanted to flash that image of the subcontinent, but it's not very clear. Anyhow, let me speak. History and geography have divided the South Asian subcontinent into a number of geopolitical regions. We have the Indus River region, because human civilizations have always grown up along river systems. So we have the Indus River region, which is bounded on the northwest by the Hindu Kush Mountains. And it is separated from the rest of the subcontinent by the Thar Rajasthan Desert, the 7th largest in the world, and its extension of the Iran Kutch wastelands. The second region is the Ganga Jamna River region, which is bounded by the Himalayas, the Aravalli mountains, the Satpuras and Vindhyas mountains. It's drained by the 2 rivers, Ganga and Jamna. And it is separated from its historical rival region, the Indus River region, by not just the Rajasthan desert, but the dry plain area between the 2 river systems called Pat in local language, in which Panipat is the most famous for reasons you know. The third region is the Bengal Delta region, which is separated from the rest of the subcontinent by mountain ranges, and it is a region which has its own unique Bengali language, culture, and ethnicity. I have analyzed 2,600 years of history, because we have historical records in the Vedic literature from about 600 BC. This starts with the Mahajanapadas era from 600 to 300 BC, which is famous for Ashoka's Maurya Empire, which will figure in my talk. It was the only native Hindu empire that has ever existed in the subcontinent. And secondly, this was also the time of the emergence of Buddhism as a religious reaction against caste-ridden Vedic Hinduism. It's very interesting. My findings of 2,600 years is that the entire subcontinent has been politically united by force of arms for only 236 years, less than 9% of history, of recorded history. For only a brief period of 30 years under the Ashoka's Maurya Empire, only 30 years. And the rest of 206 years under various non-native empires like the Central Asian and European empires, namely the Tughlaq Turks for 68 years, the Mughals under Aurangzeb for 40 years, and the British for 98 years. In addition, the Indus River region and the Ganga-Jamuna region have been also united in a partial unity by force of arms for only 568 years. 54 years due to a royal marriage agreement between the Maurya Empire and the Greek rulers of the Indus River region for 54 years only, and the balance of over 5 centuries under non-native Persian, Central Asian, and Pashtun empires. For the majority 1800 years of history, that is over 70% of its history, the Indus River region has remained a separate socio-political entity distinct from the rest of the subcontinent, under control of various non-native empires, about 6.5 centuries under Persians, about 3.5 centuries under Greek, over 4 centuries under Central Asian empires, the Kushans, etc., the Durrani Afghans for 30 years, and a very interesting 340 years, almost 350 years, when the southern half was ruled by Muslim Arabs, starting from Muhammad bin Qasim, and the northern half by native Hindu Shahis under the leadership of Janjua clans. Janjuas in the hall may please make a note of this. I believe there is one sitting here. Quite obviously, my point is, quite obviously, the natural political state of the Indus River region is that of a separate socio-political entity independent from the rest of the subcontinent. Which is why I always say that Pakistan is a natural state. It is not an artificial construct. The present-day Hindustan, India, in its present shape, is an unnatural construct, held together by a very large Indian army and a bureaucracy left to it by the erstwhile British Empire, the British Raj. Some interesting geopolitical features of this region I would like to share with you. The Indus River region's socio-political character has been shaped over centuries by Persian, Greek, Central Asian, and Muslim Arab influences. I am not counting the British influence, which is common to India and Pakistan. In this period, the Ganga-Jamuna region has remained firmly Vedic Hindu for the past 2,600 years. And it is still, the Ganga-Jamuna region is firmly Vedic Hindu. We can see that in the character of Modi's government. Another interesting feature, the hegemonic power unifying these two regions, and sometimes the Bengal region also, has had its power base always in the Ganga-Jamuna region. The only exception is the Kushans, who ruled from Peshawar. The rest, everybody was based in the Ganga-Jamuna region. And whenever this hegemonic power in the Ganga-Jamuna region weakened, the Indus River region was the first to break away, invariably, followed by the Bengal Delta region. Therefore, the breaking away in 1947 of Pakistan, the Indus River region in the shape of Pakistan, due to the drastic weakening of British hegemonic power in the two world wars, was perfectly in keeping with historical geopolitical dynamics of this region, which is again why I say Pakistan is a natural state. This is the natural state of the Indus River region as an independent unit. Another important point, and which strongly impacts our any state for that matter in the Indus River region. It impacts its state structures and its national policies, is that throughout history, the Indus River region has performed the task of the gatekeeper of the Hindu-Kush gateway. Why do I say that? Apart from two exceptions of the Muslim Arabs and the British who used sea and coastal routes, all invasions into the subcontinent came over the Hindu-Kush mountains. And the Indus River region always bore the initial onslaught of these invasions. And now Pakistan, being the present-day Indus River region state, is the gatekeeper of the Hindu-Kush. And that imposes certain challenges and certain duties on us. For those who think I may be getting carried away by my imagination, I would like to remind them that in its short history, Pakistan has faced two major invasions into this region by two massive invasions by superpowers. One Russia and then the USA. And in both these invasions, Pakistan played a central role in deterring and containing these invasions across the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan. At a cost to itself, but it has done so. It had to do it. I would also like to remind you, everybody in the hall, that a third superpower conflict is already looming large on this region in the form of competition for global dominance between China and USA, with Pakistan again caught right in the middle. And this new conflict, in my estimates, will keep us busy for the next 30, 40 years before the next one arrives. And the next one will arrive, because these are the historical, geopolitical dynamics which have not changed and will not change. What I mean, the gist of what I want to say is that the Indus River region is not a place for the weak-hearted. To those who say these are not our wars, this is much in fashion nowadays, that these are not our wars, I say, it may be so, but others will make them our wars. They will not leave us, and they are not leaving us. And we are faced with a huge problem now. We have to decide, are we with China? Are we with America? And if not, if we go to one, the other will be the enemy. If we go to the other, then the other becomes the enemy. If we don't go to both, both will become our enemies. We have to fight these wars for our own survival. And those who do not have the stomach for it, well, I recommend to them that they better migrate from Pakistan. They can go to New Zealand or Alaska or Canada or wherever they want. Pakistanis have to be a strong nation to survive in this nation as the Indus River region state, and must always be prepared for competition and conflict. And needless to say, this challenging geopolitical environment will have major impacts on state structures and national policies. My second slide, please. Can you change over? Right. Now I come to what is more closer to the subject here, what I call Pakistan's national identity crisis. Since independence, society has been pulled apart between two opposing minority classes. On one side is a minority, westernized, secular, liberal class, which wants Pakistan to be a replica of Western liberal democratic societies in all respects. On the other side is a minority, conservative religious class that wants Pakistan modeled to their idea of the society that existed in the times of the Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Pakistan's polity has been torn apart between these two opposing forces into various shades of right and left. Some are more right than left, and some are more left than right. Some are in between, and you can find all such shades sitting in this hall right now. In my opinion, it has been a gross failure of all political forces in resolving this ideological conflict. This has led to deepening fractures in society, or ethnic fractures, sectarian fractures. These have aggravated over time, and when given the right conditions, they broke out into violence and terrorism, which have been today threatening the very existence of the state. In my opinion, the resolution of this ideological conflict is a national survival imperative. And it is not just us who are involved in this. Our neighboring Afghanistan is also going through the same crisis. The 40 years of war in Afghanistan is basically an ideological conflict. After the collapse of the Misaki Mili in the Tsar Revolution of Afghanistan, 2.5 centuries National Social Political Compact, the Afghan term for it is Misaki Mili, in which all these ethnic groups had decided to stay as one nation or as compatriots. When that broke down, they have been fighting since, and Afghanistan will not settle, and so Pakistan will also not settle until Afghanistan finds a new Misaki Mili. The question to be asked and to be answered is, what kind of Pakistan do we want? Do we want this Pakistan of the liberal secularists? Or do we want the Pakistan of the religious conservatives? Should we, as popularists, go for Quaid-e-Azam's Pakistan or Allama Iqbal's Pakistan? Are these two Pakistans the same, or are they different? And what are they? Everybody seems to have a different interpretation of Quaid-e-Azam's Pakistan. Some talk about one speech, some talk about the others. Some say we are America's Pakistan. It's quite a popular thing. We do what the Americans say. But if we are America's Pakistan, then why can't we be China's Pakistan? But I have a more serious question. Why not people's Pakistan? After all, the ordinary people of Pakistan, don't they have the major stake in Pakistan? There is the biggest stake in Pakistan. And should they not have the biggest say in what Pakistan is going to be? Or are the leadership or the elites are going to decide what Pakistan is going to be? And what will be the shape of this people's Pakistan? Luckily, my research has showed that we don't have to go very far, because people's Pakistan is clearly visible in the results and the contradictory results of two very important elections in the history of the Pakistan independence movement. One was the 1937 election, and the other was the 1945-46 election. In 1937 elections, All India Muslim League, under the leadership of then Muhammad Ali Jinnah, because it was in 1938 he got the title of Quaid-e-Azam, they campaigned for Muslim rights, but within in the British Empire, not outside, and suffered a traumatic defeat. It was a wipeout. The All India Muslim League got only 4.4% Muslim votes. All the other Muslim votes went to regional parties, other parties, and even to Congress party, which was a Hindu-dominated party. Luckily, however, we had a leader with the qualities of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He finally agreed with Allama Iqbal that the solution was an independent state for the Muslims. That was when he agreed. Because immediately after the results of this election, Allama Iqbal wrote to him and told him why the Muslims as a nation cannot have an independent state, as other nationalities have. And almost single-handedly, Muhammad Ali Jinnah went on a campaign blitz throughout India, going to all far parts of India, rallying the Muslims, rallying them to the Muslim League, and rallying them to the cause of as a separate nation. And he succeeded brilliantly. As a result of reviving the Muslims, because after the defeat of 1937 elections, they were all demoralized. He revived them, and He also revived the Muslim League Party, brought him to the center stage by simply getting all the other smaller Muslim parties to register under the flag of the Muslim League in the assembly. So the Muslim League suddenly came to political center stage as the main opposition party. For this, he was given the title of Qaid-e-Azam. And the title of Qaid-e-Azam was popularized by Maulvi Mazharuddin Sahib, and another Maulvi who's the owner, the editor of the newspaper Aman from Delhi. I'll remember his name in a while. Unfortunately, Allama Iqbal passed away in 1938, and Muhammad Ali Jinnah Qaid-e-Azam lost his political and ideological mentor. I have researched all this, and in fact, I have a small essay under the title of The Ideological Dimensions of Pakistan. And if somebody's interested in more details, they can read that. About a year later, the Qaid-e-Azam in writing informed the British Viceroy on 6th February 1940 that Muslim League will demand an independent state and partition of India. It was nothing hidden. And on 23rd March 1940, in the Lahore Resolution, an independent state was demanded. Just 8 years, listen to this point, just 8 years after the disastrous 1937 elections, Muslim League under Qaid-e-Azam's leadership campaigned in 1945-46 elections for partition in Pakistan as an independent Islamic state for Muslims, and won a landslide victory. This time, the Congress party got only 4% votes. Elections were cancelled in Kashmir. Otherwise, the landslide would have been even bigger. But it was crystal clear what the ordinary Muslims of the subcontinent desired. It was a total wipeout for all other Muslim parties. The Unionist Party in Punjab got only 11 seats. The Muslim League got 74, 75 seats. So the people had spoken then. They rejected Muslim League when it was talking about Muslim rights within the British Empire, and they took Muslim League up there when they said, we are going to work for an independent state. And if you read my essay, I talk about in that with dates, with data, this is not my interpretation at all, what was promised to the Muslims in the election campaign for 1945-46. It was very clear that Qaid-e-Azam, all Muslim League leaders were talking about an Islamic state. It is clear. We talk about Qaid-e-Azam's speech after 1947 independence, but I am talking about the election mandate. We nowadays talk about vote ko izzat do. Shouldn't vote ko izzat do have begun in 1947? Because the people had spoken? I think that it should have. But it was the first betrayal amongst the many betrayals of People's Pakistan. That is where it started. And I will, in my next slide, explain the causes of that betrayal. I just want to flag a point here, that the ethos of the independence movement of Pakistan pivoted around the two-nation ideology, which is, I think it is a male fide translation of two-nation theory. It was not a theory. It was do qawmi nazriya. Nazriya means ideology. And in my words, the gist of this two-nation ideology is that irrespective of race, I am not negating race, irrespective of race, color, ethno-linguistic identity, or origin, the South Asian subcontinent Muslims constitute a nation based on their common Muslim identity and life value system and on their shared history. May I have the next slide, please? what were the causes of the betrayal of the 1945-46 mandate given by the Muslims to Muslim League. The causes of this betrayal lie in the education apartheid system that the British Raj had established. Let me explain this. The architect of this education system, the infamous Thomas Macaulay, wrote, and I quote, "We must do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. A class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, words, and intellect." And undeniably, it was a brilliant success. You must give the Macaulay, may Allah curse him, but we must give him this credit that he did it. Because another Britisher, a contemporary of Macaulay, Farquhar, wrote in a review after some time, after a few years, "The new educational policy of the government created during this period the modern educated class of India. These men who think and speak in English habitually, myself included, but thankfully I have realized the truth, who are proud of their citizenship in the British Empire, who are devoted to English literature, and whose intellectual life has been entirely formed by the thought of the West. Large numbers of them enter government service." Keep that in mind. While the rest practice law, medicine, or teaching, or take to journalism or business. This mentality, which has been, and I think I need to acknowledge Imran Khan's efforts in which he popularized this phrase. This is called the Brown Sahib mentality. This Brown Sahib mindset was successfully implanted by the education system, the apartheid system. I'll explain, it is an apartheid, in the minds of the native elite class, whether from feudal, political, bureaucratic, military, or big business backgrounds. It became the main cause of betrayal of 1945-46 election mandate, because this native elite class in the feudals, in the bureaucracy, in the military, in the big business, and in politics, preferred to continue with the British system, which was both familiar to them and effectively protected their interests and their privileged positions in society. Especially when compared with the risks and uncertainties of a largely unknown Islamic state system, which they did not know what it was going to be. So they wanted to protect their privileges, their position, their elitist position in society. And so, unfortunately for us, Quaid-e-Azam, who now we have the documents, who was terminally ill with lung cancer. And in the last year of his life, immediately after independence, he was so incapacitated that if you look at the records, he would sleep for 2-3 hours, come to his office for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, do something, then go back again. And all the time he was drinking coffee and cigarettes to keep himself going. Because he knew 5 years earlier that he was, he had, first they said it was tuberculosis, but then in 1946, he knew that he was terminally ill with only months to live, not years. Today, the education apartheid system continues in Pakistan. The elite class, and I say this because I am an insider, I am a beneficiary of this elitist system of education. I know the advantages it has given me throughout my life and brought me to where I am. But it has been for me sometimes highly embarrassing when I saw my other colleagues, less fortunate, who had come from a different schooling system, and how they were left far behind me. this education apartheid system continues through the very artful measure of having a very high school fee structure, which totally eliminates access to this high system of education to the poor classes, to the ordinary classes, to at least, in my estimate, 85% of our population cannot access this system of education. And it continues. Our founding fathers were so busy with the huge challenges they faced at the time of independence, the communal slaughter, the flood of refugees, the financial embargo by hostile India, which refused to give us money. The British officers of the Pakistan Army refused orders of the Governor General, Qaid-e-Azam. So he had to resort to sending tribal people into Kashmir. And I know the inside story because my elders were involved in sending those tribal areas. The first person to cross Kohala Bridge into Kashmir and fight the Dogra army was a young man, 24 years old, Sairab Hayat Khan Afridi. He was 24 years old, he crossed over. Later on, much later, I had the honor of becoming his son-in-law. So I know the inside story of exactly how it happened. So because of that, they allowed this apartheid system of education to continue, with the result that the elite class was enabled opportunity to reincarnate themselves as the new patriotic elite of Pakistan and maintain their stranglehold on the political power and political economy. A while ago, Jamal Shah Sahib said that a person can spend so many crores on an election. How can a poor man contest with him? Well, there you are. This is how it is done. Pakistan state system, what the minority, westernized, liberal class has done is that it has captured the state power and it has used the state power to try and project its agenda. The religious conservative class, on the other hand, after a lot of frustration, they have gone towards violence. But the solution is with neither of the two classes. Solution lies somewhere else. I leave it at that because I hope to do it in 20 minutes. I have 3-4 minutes remaining. Next slide, please, quickly. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. I want you to understand, before I go to my recommendations, I want you to understand these two points that I'm making. We talk about democracy. Everybody says Jamhuriyat, democracy, etc. I ask you a question. What is the difference between a democracy and a republic? I ask people and they say it's the same thing. I say, no, it's not the same thing. It's quite different. Yes, both are elected representative governments. Both. As opposed to monarchies and dictatorships, both are elected representative government systems. But in a democracy, the people are considered sovereign, in theory at least, and in practice, any legislation can be enacted by parliament, provided a majority public opinion is manipulated in its support. But in a republic, the national ideology is sovereign, and both parliament and people are subordinate to it and constrained to operate within the parameters of that national ideology. Let me illustrate this by two examples. Number one, we know that in the Western world, especially, and now we have it in Singapore also, that they have legalized same-sex marriages. But this cannot happen in Pakistan because it violates the parameters of sexual conduct set in place under Islam. So Pakistan, by this example, Pakistan cannot be a democracy. Pakistan has to be a republic. It must understand this difference. For example, Iran is, castigated by the West that it is not a democracy. And it is not a democracy because of by liberal democratic standards. But Iran regularly elects its president and government, and its parliament legislates within the parameters of their national ideology. We may have difference with that or not. So Iran qualifies to be termed a republic. So we must understand this difference, and Pakistan has got to make a choice. Do you want to be a democracy or do you want to be a republic? And for that, Urdu must come up with another word for republic, because Jamhuriyat is democracy. And I'll freely admit I am not a great fan of democracy as it is being practiced today in Pakistan. The second issue is the choice between a unitary system of government and a federal system of government. Pakistan, I don't know if you realize it, Pakistan for 50% of its history has been a unitary government, whenever it was under military governments or under interim governments. And for 50% of its history, it has been a federal system, whenever under political governments. We have experience on both, and I invite everybody to sit and study, analyze the data, and come to an informed decision. Where do we want to go? My last slide, please, the fifth one. These are my recommendations, and I'll quickly read to them, and I'll finish in 2 minutes. The rest I can just read. The geopolitical dynamics of Indus River region, I've talked about them. We must teach them to the nation so that we develop a competitive mindset. When I was coming, a young boy was escorting me in, and I asked him, what is his idea? He says, things are very hopeless and I think everybody wants to leave. I said, that is a defeatist mindset. We must have a competitive mindset. We must have a national policy of constant preparedness against aggression and subversion. I've already explained why. The education apartheid system in our country must be dismantled, and we must start with the government schooling system. I believe we should be a republic and not a democracy, and the Do Qaumi Nazariya should be the basis of nation building. I prefer a unitary system of government as the United Kingdom has it. You know, we are greatly influenced by the United Kingdom's, the British, intellectual thought. And they have a democracy, and they have a parliament with empowered county governments. They have a unitary form, but we have gone for a federal form with a parliament, a hybrid sort of a system. It hasn't worked for us for 75 years. I don't think it's going to work at all. The last one I would like to explain, this is a problem peculiar to Pakistan, and it has an impact on everything that we do. We have seen how individual leaders, both political and military, and I have worked with both, tend to become autocratic and pursue arbitrary and ad hoc policies, frequently to the detriment of the nation state. Frequently. These have also led to wild swings in policies with every change in government. It is an imperative now for us to insulate important national matters from the whims and weaknesses of individual leaders and their personal likes and dislikes and personal interests. We have seen President Musharraf, I worked with him, a very brave man, a very decisive man, a true Pakistani, but he made mistakes. NRO was a huge mistake. I'll be very open about it. There have been others also. We have seen how rules and regulations were bypassed in so many instances because of personal interests. We must insulate all important national matters from the personal whims and weaknesses of individual leaders. This can be done by vesting authority in all important matters which impact national security. With the larger body, where all organs of national power are suitably represented. Not just the center, but the provinces also. I don't have time to discuss that. I've just flagged this issue. If anybody's interested, I have another essay. I've written another essay with research, with data, very little interpretation from my side, titled Pakistan's Crisis of Governance. and systemic failures and proposals for reform. That brings me to the end of my presentation, my talk. As I said, I know, I can see from your faces many people disagree with me. I don't mind that, but I have spoken from my heart, and I hope you will appreciate that. I need 30 more seconds. Please flash that video, and I want you to listen to this video very carefully. It's only 30 seconds, and especially the last word. It is Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, talking. Please, lagaएं. Just 30 seconds. I think I've stayed within 20 minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes extra. I apologize for that.
Biggest problem facing the next generation, and what should we do to solve it today? That's a
Why
big
is the
question.
video not showing? The video, please. It's not playing. The sound is there, but the video.
Let's go to the third question, and that would be, what is the biggest problem facing the next generation, and what should we do to solve it today? That's a big question. Let's see if you can try and give us.
I just gave the answer. I said that the greatest mission that we have is to prevent a militant Islamic regime from meeting up with nuclear weapons, or from nuclear weapons meeting up with a militant Islamic regime. The first is called Iran, the second is called Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your views. Honorable guests, I now introduce our next speaker for the seminar, Ms. Roshan Khurshid Baruja. Ms. Roshan is a Pakistani politician who served as a federal minister for various portfolios, including human rights, Kashmir affairs in Gilgit-Baltistan, states and frontier regions, railways and postal services. She has also served as a provincial minister in Balochistan and as a member of the Senate. I now request Mr. Roshan to please kindly share her views on promoting interfaith and sectarian harmony in Pakistan.
Honorable Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum to all. Well, let me tell you, I'm less of a politician. I've always been in a caretaker government and not in the elected government. I'm a selected. So I'm more a social worker than a politician. I'm a social worker, and I call myself a social worker. First of all, I would like to thank Raza Mahmad, IPRI, and the directors for inviting me. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. And the topic which I have been given today is interfaith and sectarian harmony. Well, it is of constant concern for everybody. Throughout human history, if you see, if there has been interfaith harmony, we have, which is very important, there's always been well-being and progress in that country. I always feel that if harmony is there among all our followers of religious faith, we would always have peace and well-being. Progress can only be done when interfaith harmony is there. The example of Norway, the minister was just talking to us about human development indicators. If you see to that, if you take history of Norway and see that, that country has progressed. Why? Because of interfaith harmony. There have been interfaith harmony. Then why? Why in Pakistan? Are we ignorant, or we don't know, or we have ego problem, or we are not honest to our country, or we have losing tolerance? Where is the problem? Where does the problem lie? It is very, very important, and we should seriously look into it. I always feel, let me tell you, I'm a minority and I belong to a Zoroastrian community, and as people tell me, are you a minority? I say, no, I am a Pakistani. I belong to Pakistan, born in Balochistan and proud of my province and my country. So I am a Pakistani, and I always feel we are not minority. We are all Pakistani. We are all together, and we should work together and never think that we are minority. I always feel, Faiz Ahmed Faiz said, say, speak it out and have hopes, and hopes will give you strength. And that is where we believe in, our strength lies over there. Let me give you an example. I was a chief guest in one of the schools where I'm talking of how ignorant people are and how intolerant. So I was in a school, and one of a boy, not more than 8 years old, and he was supposed to give speeches, jaise hum Pakistan Day pe dete hain, jazbati, josh, kharosh. And that boy kept on saying, hum Musalmanon ko kuchal dena chahiye. Ye, for the minority. I forget the Urdu word for minority. Aqliyat, yes. And he kept on saying, and I'm a chief guest sitting there. I kept on laughing, and when it finished, I told the principal, that is the place where you all teach wrong to the children. This is their young children from school. They should be taught tolerance, loyalty, and this is where we lack it. जब बच्चे छोटे होते स्कूल जाते हैं, हमें उनको सिखाना चाहिए, हमें उनको बताना चाहिए. टॉलरेंस वहाँ से शुरू होती है. हमारे में टॉलरेंस ही नहीं है. We sit there in school, a child is shouting out of his this, and everybody is clapping. So these are the places where I feel tolerance is really very important and it should be taught. We do say, हम ज़रूर कहते हैं, in February is supposed to be, UN said, okay, it is a interfaith week. So what we do, I think interfaith day should be every day, and it should not be, it's once in a year we say, a week is interfaith day, and where we give seminars and speeches and we talk high about things, and then when we come to the conclusion, there's nothing done. So that's a very sad, sad story. Everybody repeated. Qaeda-Azam said, equality, Qaeda-Azam. 3 words, faith, unity, and discipline. In our Parsi community, we believe in 3 words, humakta, hukta, vashta. Good words, good thoughts, and good deeds. This is what is needed in us. हमारी सोच अच्छी होनी चाहिए, हमारी बातें अच्छी होनी चाहिए. जब तक हमारी सोच, हमारे ख्यालात, हमारी बातें अच्छी नहीं होगी, हम कामयाबी के तरफ नहीं. हमारे गवर्नर साहब ने कितने डिटेल में बताया हर चीज़, मगर गवर्नर साहब, लेट मी टेल यू, आज से 5 डिकेड पहले, 50 साल पहले, हम भी स्कूल पढ़ते थे, कभी भी नहीं सोचा था ये बलोच है, ये पठान है, ये पंजाबी है, ये हिंदुस्तानी है. वी वर ऑल वन. सो क्या हो गया? वो हिस्ट्री इज़ देयर, बट व्हाट हैपेंड? आज ये वक्त आ रहा है कि हम दिन ब दिन इंटरफेथ के ख़त्म हो रहे हैं. वी आर गोइंग बैक टू वर्स. आज अब बलूचिस्तान को देखे, आई केम येस्टरडे एंड डॉक्टर मालिक ने सही कहा, एवरी रोड इज़ ब्लॉक्ड. फ्लड की वजह से नहीं, मिसिंग पीपल की वजह से. तो क्या ज़्यादती हुई? तो आज हम औरतों को, बच्चों को सड़कों पे क्यों देख रहे हैं? देखिए, एवरीबडी नोज, हमारे वेरी हाई अप सिटिंग हियर, एम्बेसडर्स, हमारे एक्स CM बलूचिस्तान, हमारे एक्स गवर्नर, हमारे पीपल, एक्स फ्रॉम ऑल द आर्मी, एवरीबडी नोज क्या मसले हैं, मगर नोबडी वांट्स टू स्पीक. कारपेट के नीचे, नोबडी वांट्स टू बी आउट विद इट. ऐसी बात नहीं है. हर एक ने एक अच्छे पोजीशन पे रहे हैं, उनको पता भी है क्या गलती हैं और क्या गलती हम कर रहे हैं. बट आई फील 75 years is a long time. अगर 75 years के बाद भी आज हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठ के ये बात कर रहे हैं کہ پاکستان کیا کرنا چاہیے, کہاں ہے اور کہاں جانا چاہیے. I feel diamond jewelry of a country. Talking of 75 years گزرنے کے بعد بھی آج ہم یہ ڈسکس کر رہے ہیں. I feel پہلے کے وقت سے آج کے وقت ہم دیکھتے ہیں تو ہم بیڈ ٹو ورس ہوتے جا رہے ہیں. وی آر ناٹ امپروونگ ایٹ آل. جو آپ نے بتایا گورنر صاحب, آپ نے صحیح کہا, مگر وہ دور پھر بھی اچھا تھا. اگر آج کے دور کو دیکھا جائے, ایک طرف سے تو ہم ہائی ٹیک کی بات کر رہے ہیں, بہت آگے بڑھ گئے ہیں, وی آر فلائنگ ان دی ایئر, اور دوسری طرح ہم دیکھتے ہیں جس طرح ہمارے ساتھ نامحرومیت ہو رہی ہے ایوری ویئر. This has to be looked into very seriously. We are not looking into it seriously. میں سچ کہوں, ہر پلیٹ فارم میں اپنے یوتھ سے یہی کہتی ہوں, بیٹا ہم تو کچھ نہیں کر سکے آپ کے لیے, اب آپ ہی ہیں کہ اس ملک کو بچاؤ گے, آپ ہی ہے اس ملک کو آگے لے کے چلو گے. اور ملک کو آگے لے کے چلنا ہے ٹو گیو پراپر گائیڈ لائن ٹو آور یوتھ. یوتھ کیا کرے؟ پور یوتھ پڑھائی بھی کرتے ہیں, پڑھتے بھی ہیں, جابس ہے نہیں, کرپشن اتنا ہے, میرٹ کو اہمیت نہیں دی جاتی ہے. جب میرٹ کو اہمیت نہیں دے گی تو آل یور گڈ اسٹوڈنٹس سارے باہر ملک جا رہے ہیں, باقی بیچارے رہ گئے ہیں, وہ جاب لیس ہیں. نیکسٹ کانفرنس چل رہی تھی اباؤٹ چائلڈ میرج. چائلڈ میرج کے بارے میں کہ ارلی چائلڈ میرج نہیں ہونی چاہیے. آئی ڈو اگری, یس, ارلی چائلڈ میرج نہیں ہونی چاہیے. وی ایز اے مائنورٹی, not we, not I, but as the Christian community and the Hindu community definitely are facing a lot of problems of girls. ان کی شادیاں ہو جاتی ہے, they are facing a lot because I am in the commission of minority and a lot of complaint comes there, and it was decided over there کہ یہ جو میرجز ہوتی ہیں تو انسٹیڈ آف نکاح سے پہلے کورٹ میں ہونی چاہیے, تاکہ دونوں فیملی کے, چاہے وہ ہندو فیملی کے ہو, مسلم فیملی, دے کین کم ان دا کورٹ اینڈ سے یس وی ڈو اگری, کیونکہ تاکہ اس پہ جو مسائل پیدا ہو رہے ہیں وہ ہونے نہیں چاہیے. سو مائنورٹی آلسو فیسز لاٹ آف پرابلمس. ہے چھوٹی سی بات, بٹ لیٹ می ٹیل یو, جہاں جہاں بیفور پارٹیشن جس نے بھی جو کام کر کے گئے ہیں یا کر رہے ہیں, ہمیں ان کو ان کے کریڈٹ دینا چاہیے. وی کین ناٹ چینج. اب مائنورٹی کے جہاں جہاں نام ہوئیں گے وہ بدل جائیں گے. In Balochistan, I have seen so many names of the roads being changed. افسوس سے کہنا پڑتا ہے کہ سینڈمن who had a name, ان کا اسٹیچو اٹھایا گیا اور کہیں رکھا گیا جو ملا ہی نہیں. For after years, when Aurangzeb, our governor, came, تو وہ اس کو ڈھونڈ نکالا. And now it is lying, and now it is in the governor house. So آپ دیکھیں, یہ چیزیں فیل ہوتی ہیں, یہ چیزیں ہونی نہیں چاہیے. When we talk, then we should be very open in talking. Justice سب کے لیے ہونا چاہیے. ہم بار بار قائد اعظم صاحب کو کوٹ کرتے ہیں مگر اس پہ عمل نہیں کرتے نا. کوٹ تو سب کر لیتے ہیں. We talk. Including myself, I will say, ہم بہت اچھے preachers ہیں. پریکٹس کرنا, امپلیمنٹ ہونا, nothing. Everybody talks, everybody says, مگر کسی نے پوچھا نہیں کہ بھائی ہم بات کر کے گئے, ہم نے ریکمنڈیشن فلانے کانفرنس میں دی, اس کا نتیجہ کیا نکلا؟ There is no نتیجہ. For 75 years ہم بھی بہت کانفرنس میں جا چکے ہیں, آ چکے ہیں, یہی بات سنتے آ رہے ہیں. Nothing has changed. So we need to change. If we talk of peace, کہ peace ہونا چاہیے. Peace cannot come forcefully. ڈنڈے سے peace نہیں لا سکتے ہیں. Peace can be achieved by understanding. لائف کو ایک کچھ اچھا بنائے, زندگی کا ایک پرپس ہے, زندگی کے دن گزر جائیں گے, اس طرح نہ گزرنے دو, اس کا صحیح استعمال ہونا چاہیے. So what I feel, what we should pledge today, that work together, जब हम काम साथ करेंगे, let's build Pakistan into progressive, prosperous, democratic Pakistan. Do I know, और इस गनी साहब मेरी ये बात democratic को नहीं ये करेंगे, वो बोलेंगे आपको Republican बोलना चाहिए, मगर this is what I say, जब तक हम दिल लगा के बात नहीं करेंगे. And I'm here today not as a minority. Again, let me tell you, I am here as one of the speaker, one of a Pakistani. Tolerance, ignorance ख़त्म करे, tolerance रखे, loyal to our country रखे. हमारे में अभी तक ownership ही नहीं है कि हमारा मुल्क है, हमारा province है. हम materialistic हो गए हैं. Everybody cares for themselves. मैं मिनिस्टर बन जाऊं, मैं कुछ बड़ी बन जाऊं, मुझे कुछ मिल जाए, हमें नहीं परवाह. पाकिस्तान कहाँ जा रहा है, प्रोविंस कहाँ जा रहा है, बलूचिस्तान में क्या मसाइल है. आई वॉज सिटिंग एंड टॉकिंग टू द एडमिरल जस्ट नाउ. वो बता रहे थे तो मैंने उनको कहा आपको पता है ग्वादर के क्या मसले हैं. मैंने कहा उसके भी मसले हैं. यू आर इन द रिसर्च, इनकी एक रिसर्च ये है. मैंने कहा कि वहाँ के लोग क्यों ना कहते हैं, उसकी वजह है इसलिए कि हमारे जो छोटे मच्छीमार है वो बेचारों को कुछ मिलता नहीं है. कराची से बड़ी ट्रॉलर्स आ जाती है, मच्छियाँ लेके चले जाती है, तो क्यों ना, दे आर डिप्राइव्ड. हमें सोचना चाहिए गरीबों के बारे में, कोई ऑल्टरनेट दे, आप उनको जॉब पे लगाएं. ये नहीं है. व्हेन आई वाज इन अ सेनेट में थी तो संदक की बात निकली. पता चला कि लोगों ने कहा कि संदक में जो भी एम्प्लॉयज़ है वो बाहर से आते हैं, सिंध और पंजाब से. तो मेरा ये सवाल था क्या हम बलूचिस्तान एक चौकीदार के लायक भी नहीं रहे या क्या क्या बात है. दिस इज़ हाउ थिंग्स गो रॉन्ग. हमें ये चीज़ों को चेक करना चाहिए. और ये नहीं है कि किसी को नहीं पता है. हाफ ऑफ द हॉल ऑल्सो नोज, वी ऑल नो. हमें सबको पता है, हमें सबको पता है मसले क्या है, बट हम इस मसले का हल नहीं निकालना चाहते. वो सही कहते हैं, उसके एलीट क्लास के हाथ में सब कुछ है. जब उनके हाथ में ये रहेगा, ये इसी तरह चलता रहेंगे. हम अगर आइंदा भी इनवाइट हो गए हैं तो इसी तरह बोलते रहेंगे, सब बोलेंगे. नतीजे पे पहुंचना चाहिए. जो भी नतीजा है वो बताना चाहिए कि जी क्या निकला इसके बारे में. पॉलिसीज़ बड़ी बनी, पार्लियामेंट में एक्ट भी पास हो गए, रूल्स ही नहीं बने, इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुए. लॉज बहुत बन गए, ऑनर किलिंग के लॉ बने, बहुत लॉज बने, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कहाँ है. देयर इज़ नो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, आई एम सॉरी टू से. सो ये चीज़ें इंसान के दिल को दर्द होता है. यहाँ आज सुबह सोच ही रही थी क्या बोलूँ, क्या सच बोलूँ, क्या दिल की बात करूँ. और मेरे से जो मेरे दिल में आता है, मैं जहाँ जाती हूँ हमेशा अपने दिल की बात कर लेती हूँ. आई नेवर लाइक टू रीड, आई नेवर लाइक टू से एनीथिंग, क्योंकि मेरा दिल इतना दर्द करता है इस मुल्क के लिए कि आई लाइक टू कम अप विद राइट थिंग्स, कि व्हाट इज़ रॉन्ग ऑन ग्राउंड रियलिटी जो है उसको फेस करे. आज भी ग्राउंड रियलिटी को अगर फेस किया जाए, उसको सही किया जाए, नथिंग इज़ लेट, नथिंग कैन बी लेट. सो अगर आज भी हम उसको देखा जाए, उसको करेक्ट किया जाए, तो वी कैन बी अ वेरी प्रोग्रेसिव कंट्री. आप देखें जब जलजला आता है, अर्थक्वेक आता है, फ्लड आ जाता है, वी आर ऑल यूनाइटेड. तो दूसरी बातों में हम क्यों नहीं यूनाइटेड है. इस वक्त तो हम सब एक है, वी ऑल रन टुगेदर, हम सब डोनेशन देते, हम दिल खोल के देते. दैट मीन्स ये चीज़ हमारे में है, वी कैन डू इट, वी हैव इट. बट वाई डोंट वी डू इट, वाई डोंट वी गेट टुगेदर और इस मुल्क को एक खूबसूरत सा मुल्क बनाए. वाई नॉट. इस मुल्क ने हमें सब कुछ दिया है. 4 सीजन्स हैं, क्या चीज़ नहीं है इस मुल्क में. पहाड़े भी हैं, दरिया भी है, ग्रीन पहाड़ भी है, सूखे पहाड़ भी है, रिवर्स भी है, दुनिया की फ्रूट भी है, क्या नहीं है. मुल्क ने तो हमें सब कुछ दिया, हमने मुल्क को कुछ नहीं दिया. अफसोस की बात है. सो वी शुड नाउ be together and think about practical implementation and not preaching. I don't believe in preaching. I believe in practical work. Thank you very much. I must have taken a lot of your work. Thank you and God bless you all. Long live Pakistan, and we pray for the prosperous, progressive Pakistan.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable views. Just a brief announcement. Mr. Jamal Shah will not be joining us for the remainder of the session due to prior commitments. However, before he leaves the hall, we would like to request President IPRI, Ambassador Raza Mohammed, to please kindly do the honors of presenting the memento to Mr. Jamal Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker for the session is Dr. Raja Kaisar Ahmed. Dr. Raja Kaisar Ahmed is an assistant professor at the Quaid-e-Azam University. He specializes in politics and international affairs. He's also the author of books titled Democracy and Political Change in Pakistan and Democracy in Pakistan from Rhetoric to Reality. I now request you, sir, to please discuss factors impacting adversely on national identity and cohesion.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dignitaries, Excellencies, and to all who are present, Assalamu alaikum and a very warm good afternoon. I'm extremely thankful to Islamabad Policy Research Institute for having extended me this invitation and to speak onto this very august forum. It is indeed a very unprecedented initiative by combining practitioners with academia, and this academic initiative is very profoundly appreciated, and I believe that it would yield its dividends and it would lead to some very meaningful discourse and concourse on the said topic. Since I am invited here as an academic, so I would try to reflect upon some academic insights on this topic, because I am asked to speak on to the factors which adversely impact identity and national integration in Pakistan. When we say identity, so identity academically described, it's a modernist phenomena. The discourse on identity and debate, it started in 1980s with Ernest Gallner was the first one who actually started promulgating this idea that this primordial notion of identity, that identity is an innate phenomena, identity comes with birth, is not something which is entirely true. In fact, rather it is a modernist phenomena, and it has its roots into the modern nation-state system, and it is a post-Westphalian construct which has emerged after 1648. So when we say that the markers of identity, identity can be widely sifted and categorized into three types, three typologies. There can be many, but as the literature defines it, ethnic identity, civic identity, and cultural identity. Since Pakistan, when we take this case study, so we have had a very protracted colonial past. So that is why the definition of the identity is quite centralized and quite colonized as well. The serious discussion is needed on to decolonizing the notion of history and culture. Because culture, as it has been portrayed and as it has been depicted and exhibited in Pakistan's nation's landscape, so it is quite a monolithic and quite a centralized notion. But given the fact that culture is a fluid mosaic, but we have presented it into instructional parameters. So, grand narrative of identity, when we try to promulgate it, it again comes as a very centralized notion, the way we have tried to practice it in early 1950s by going for one unit rule. So that led to a disregard for all the regional and the ethnic identities. But when we say that, in the second part of my presentation, I would try to first highlight the underpinnings which are adversely impacting the national integration in Pakistan, and towards the third part of my discussion, I would like to take into the case study of Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, for that matter, to what is the present landscape and which has its concomitant reverberations for this national identity and this national cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, and to all those who are present, what is fundamentally wrong and what needs to be primarily investigated, and a very serious debate is needed, and it necessitates a very serious discourse, is that Pakistan's social contract, it is elitist and it is exclusionary. A very pertinent observations and insights and analysis has been shared by Honorable Governor Sahib. But this social contract is duality oriented, it is exclusionary, and it is not an all-encompassing social contract. It has excluded the mainstream. And the way Pakistan has been through an unprecedented change in its demography in the last 2 decades, where our youth bulge has become a kind of opportunity and a curse at the same time, this needs an appropriate channelization. I would like to refer the seminal work of Timothy Mitchell on the anthropology of the state, where she categorizes states into 2 types. One is a theoretical state and other is the experiential state. Theoretically, what we say is that riyasat hogi maan ke jaisi. But experientially, this state treats its downtrodden in a very ruthless manner. As much has been said, the Honorable Federal Minister has also highlighted some of those very aspects which merit attention, that this duality and this social contract, it has to be all-encompassing, because this experiential state, if it will not encompass its youth, which right now is the 60% of Pakistan's population by and large, and the kind of populist niche which we are experiencing at the global level, and the rise of the global right and a conservatism which is berserk, it might lead to some very unintended consequences. We'll have to devise policy, we'll have to chalk out roadmap, including and encompassing all these downtrodden into our social contract. This social contract cannot survive for long because it is duality oriented, it is elitist, and it is plutocratic. As a result of this, we see the ubiquitous rise in peripheral discourses, at times in the form of Pashtun Tahaffuz movement. At times right now in Azad Kashmir, we are experiencing and witnessing a very widespread consternation against the proposed 15th Amendment into the Constitution of Azad Kashmir, which is widely believed to confiscate the autonomy which was granted under the duress of the 13th Amendment. Then we see that there is an existing frustration into the people of Gilgit-Baltistan, that they want their recognition under the Federation of Pakistan, but then their entanglement with the larger mosaic of the Kashmir conflict and dispute, it serves as an impediment and impeding factor. So my basic point over here is that there is a marked absentia of deliberative legislation into our assemblies whether it is Jammu and Kashmir, whether it is Gilgit-Baltistan Assembly, and whether it is our National Assembly. Because when you do not take into consideration what is the pulse of the people, so you actually are prone to commit a mistake, as it is happening right now in Azad Kashmir. Because August 5th, 2019, and the uncharacteristic change into the nature of the conflict, which has been egregiously inflicted upon by the Modi government, there is a widespread consternation and resentment, brewed resentment in Azad Kashmir. The youth of Azad Kashmir, it feels as being betrayed. So at this nick of time, when there is an ongoing context to this present developments, initiating these kind of maneuvers like 15th Amendment and reinstating Kashmir Council and taking the fiscal autonomy of Azad Kashmir back, they are very unnecessary and very untimely as well. It seems to be a copy-paste action of what India has done in Jammu and Kashmir. It might not be the intent. It might not be the intent, but at the same time, when you see things into their continuity and into their chronological order, so that comes out to be as the most obvious analysis. So that this status quo is likely to precipitate, and this status quo is going to be the ultimate solution. Because when we see what is happening right now onto the other side of the Kashmir, it is not just heart-rending, but appalling for all reasons. More than 5 million new domiciles have been issued to the non-residents, to the non-Kashmiris. Delimitation plan, which is very nefarious. And at the same time, the way Modi government has been able to curtail the diplomatic fallout of this unprecedented change has burgeoned their confidence as well to take on things even more atrociously and more brutally. So at this time, the youth on this side, it needs a reassurance. It needs a new roadmap, not just a map which has been introduced. We just went ahead with the change of map. Perhaps the right time is the change of roadmap. The trilogy of diplomatic, moral, and political support, it needs a very deep introspection and rethinking. It was quite valid till 4th of August 2019, but the reality, as it is said in the international law, the terminology rebus sic stantibus, there is a fundamental change in circumstances now. So we have to come up with a more inclusive, more indigenous narrative onto power sharing, onto political maneuvering, onto constitution making, by integrating all the conflict geographies, taking Gilgit-Baltistan. In fact, we need an incremental engagement of the conflict geographies rather than dealing Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Kashmir separately. We need to think some out-of-the-box maneuvers, because we are right now dealing with Hindutva juggernaut onto the other side of the border. That does not believe in the legality of the things. And that has a very entrenched thinking and realization that Pakistan has to be dealt iron-handedly, and that international law is for the lesser nations. And India, since it is a major power and emerging power, so it is not bowed down, or it is not curtailed by the underpinnings of the international law. So into this context, when Indian government is all set to implement its design of an altered geography into Jammu and Kashmir, because that is right now the only state in India which is Muslim majority state. And that stands into stark negation to what is BJP's Hindutva's ideology and proposed vision for the India. So that is why they are all set to change the geography of the region. So at this nick of time, we need a very serious thinking, we need a very serious discourse on to how to incrementally engage all the conflict geographies, how to raise a new narrative, and how to actually come up with an inclusive and indigenous narrative. On to this state, this debate like making Gilgit-Baltistan as a provisional province of Pakistan, or to scrap the 13th Amendment and coming up with the 15th Amendment, I think it will lead to more frustration. It will brew more resentment into the masses over there. As I know, for last 2 months, since I belong to that region, so for the past 2 months, there is a spree of ongoing protests against this 15th Amendment, against this overcharging in billing, because people feel that they are being mishandled because their resources are used for the hydroelectric this power generation, and then this electricity is sold to them onto very unfair prices. And then to those protracted hours of load shedding. So all of these things, they are getting combined and leading to an onslaught which would in the future might trigger some kind of upheaval, which we need to curtail it in the beginning. And we need to realize this fact that there are so many aspects, so many fissures into our identity and national cohesion which we need to address. And we are living into an unprecedented, again I repeat this word, times where there is fifth generation of warfare, propaganda warfare. Your adversary can actually exploit onto those fissures and can lead to any mishap. So this curious case of AJK and Gilgit-Baltistan has to be dealt very cautiously rather than callously and carelessly. So this, at the same time, we also need to come up with the cultural narrative of Pakistan. We need to appreciate diversity. We need to, I really appreciate the catchword and this phrase word, unity in diversity. That is actually something that we need to work for, that we need to aspire for, and that we need to talk for. I really appreciate Islamabad Policy Research Institute, General Raza Muhammad Khan Sahib, his team, and to all the audience and to all the dignitaries for having shared their valuable insights. And I would like to conclude over here that at this nick of time, we need to be more careful when we are dealing with some very tormenting times. Economic reality of the country is very bleak. And at the same time, if we go ahead with these kind of things which might lead to any kind of social or political upheaval, would be very unnecessary, and it would not be something which would be fruitful for the country. I thank you for your patience. I seek your pardon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your very important comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin our question and answer session. But before that, we will take a very brief 2-minute break. I request you all to please remain seated. Honorable guests, we now begin our question and answer session. We have been joined by Honorable Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan, and I would also kindly request Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch to please join us on stage for the question and answer session. This session will be moderated by the Director Research at Islamabad Policy Research Institute, Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua. I now welcome on stage Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua to please take over the session. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin the most important session. And for paucity of time, I would request a few housekeeping rules. Kindly keep your questions very brief, short, and pointed so as to ensure that we get the maximum out of this distinguished and stellar assemblage of speakers. And no long statements, please. So like always, I believe we start with Raza.
Raza Khan, Special Correspondent, PT World, and Sir Raza, my name's congratulations on another feather in your cap. Ever since you've taken charge of IPRI, such events have become a norm. My question is to Mr. Vasghani. I would like to appreciate the thoughts of Madam Baloch. We all respect her ever since the General Musharraf era. He has this aura of sophistication. But I would like to differ with her, raising the same Baloch card which we keep on hearing, because I just went through an article written in 2014. 1,000 Punjabis were massacred from 2006 to 2014 in Balochistan, and never a voice has been raised for them. And similarly, the kind of apologetic views we heard from Dr. Raja Kesser about GB and AJK. Then I'll come to Mr. Vasghani, because I agree with your unitary concept, because it doesn't take a rocket science to realize that my father, who just passed away, Colonel Kesser, he grew up in the 50s and 60s, and he said that the maximum development took place under one unit from 1955 to 69. And this, somebody is playing a Baloch card these days, somebody is playing a Pashtun card and Sindhi card. Isn't it high time that Pakistan follows what you are suggesting? Because even Britain, there was a Bloody Sunday massacre, and they crushed the IRA rebellion, and not a single British soldier was charged or convicted as of now. And it was in 1972.
Okay. Thanks, Raza.
So I agree with your thought of unitary system for Pakistan.
So I think he's referring to unitary versus federal discourse.
Do you have a question, or you're just making a statement?
Sir, his last point first with you, and then Ma'am Roshan Khurshid Baloch. He was asking about unitary versus federal. So both models of state. Would you like to elaborate?
Okay, my talk today was meant to basically flag these issues and place them before the people. Because nothing should be implemented without a comprehensive debate. And as a result of the debate, a reasonable level of consensus in society over it. That is why I said that there is nothing of my interpretation in it. I am talking about data. And we have enough data on the performance of unitary governments in Pakistan, 50% of history, and 50% of history of the federal system operating in Pakistan. Somebody should make that comparison. I have made the comparison, but I don't want to influence anybody's opinion. That's why I am keeping my conclusions to myself. Let people debate it. Let the youth, the professor said, the youth, well, let the youth debate it. Let them talk about it. I have great faith in the minds of the youth, because at one time I was a youth myself, and I considered myself very intelligent. I'm sure each of them think that they are also intelligent.
Thank you, sir.
I'm still young at heart.
Ma'am Baloch.
Yeah, I would just like to make it clear to you, I never use Balochi card. I'm a Pakistani. I very openly told you, Pakistan comes first. I believe in humanity. I was just trying to explain where we, like Gwadar example I gave, if you take the people along with you, then the problem doesn't occur. I told about roads being crossed, dialogue should take place. So there shouldn't be any hindrance. But where other Punjabi, they're all dear to my heart. I'm a Pakistani. I believe in humanity. Okay, I hope it is clear to you. But because being from Balochistan and seeing things which is happening, and especially nowadays when I came and I saw, so that's why I was giving an example, that dialogue is the best thing to get over it. Huh? So don't take us for that Baluchi card. Okay, thank you.
All right, Tahir, you had a...
Hard words. One, that I am by profession an engineer, and I'm also a professional soldier with a stint of military diplomacy. So that way it gives me diversity in my personality too. I'm just trying to throw a question on this point, that over a period of time, the challenges of diversity in terms of religious ethnicity, religious sectarianism, ethnicity, in the current environment of Pakistan are being generally overshadowed by the political diversity. And if I use the word instead of diversity for political side, I would call it more or so the negativism, the political polarization. Is it really becoming, I would just throw a question through the good office of the moderator, whosoever is the more appropriate to answer, is the magnitude of this political polarization becoming more and more monstrous in the days to come? Is it so? Or if it is so, what is the way forward? The way forward obviously becomes to be the dialogue. How can we initiate the dialogue to address the upcoming challenge of this political polarization? Because everywhere, wherever we go, there are only two sides. There are no diversity. There are two poles right now in the society, which is highly, highly unfortunate. In a person like me, I don't know, do I share the views of the others also?
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So I would throw this question to Dr. Malik. Right at the back. आप काफी देर से.
Thank you very much. You give me the opportunity. This is Mehtab Haider. I work for the news and I am a journalist. Dr. Sahib, Awais Sahib, I totally disagree with you. Thank you very much for allowing me and giving this, that you allowed that everyone can disagree with you. Sir, my question is, every country or every state has a problems. Why we are unable to resolve our problems by placing a dispute resolution mechanism? And my second question is, there is a history of 75 years and 50% ruled by the military. Don't you think we should consider what we have lost and what we have gained? We should do it analysis. As you have mentioned, you have a data. So after the unitary government, we lost one part of the Pakistan. Don't you think that is quite enough that we should stick to the 1973 constitution and don't allow others to experience the same mistakes which we have committed in the past?
Okay, we can take another question.
Sorry, sir. I am Zuhaib from Cohesion University, a student of Masters of Defense and Strategic Study. Sorry, sir. I am first time have a long question. Sir, no doubt progress is compulsion always, but progress has been failed to unite white and black in USA and Hong Kong with China. But Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam की क़यादत में ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह ने मदीना में हज़रत सलमान फ़ारसी, हज़रत बिलाल हिब्शी को और इंसार और महाजर को ऐसे मुतहिद किया कि बैजेंटाइन और पर्शियन एम्पायर को उन्होंने फ़ज़ा किया. Then sir, La ilaha illallah providing the best solution of all socio-economic, cultural and political problems. Then why we are not following the Charter of Medina? जब बनु कैनका के साथ रसूलुल्लाह ने चार्टर ऑफ मदीना जूश के साथ साइन किया. और देन सर आइडेंटिटीज़ जो होती हैं वो तो विदन इंट्रा बलोच क्राइसिस चलती हैं, इंट्रा पश्तून क्राइसिस एंड फाइटिंग चलती हैं, इंट्रा पंजाबी बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. بٹ آر آئیڈیالوجی لا الہ الا اللہ نے 1947 میں بھی پورے سب کانٹیننٹ، پاکستان تو بہت چھوٹا سا ہے، مسلمانوں کو یونائٹ کیا تھا. تو وائی وی آر ناٹ کمیٹڈ ود آر
Okay, a question understood. Thank you very much. So I'll give you some time to wrap your ideas around this concept. Dr. Malik sir, the question from Tahir.
سر اگر مجھے آپ نہیں کہیں کسی اور کو کہیں شاید وہ زیادہ بہتر جواب دے سکے گا، لیکن میں
یہ سوال پولیٹیکل پولرائزیشن کا تھا، اس لیے
اس کو تھوڑا سا جو ہے نا بلنٹلی رکھوں گا. فوکویاما کی کتاب ہے بلڈنگ آف اسٹیٹس. وہ کہتے ہیں کہ کسی بھی سوسائٹی کا جو مین پلر ہے وہ پلر پولیٹیکل پارٹی ہے. ہم نے یہاں پہ پولیٹیکل پارٹیز کو وہ جو ایک ارتقا، میں خود ارتقا پذیر ایک پولیٹیکل پارٹی کا صدر ہوں، جو میں نے پہلا جب میں بالکل چھوٹا تھا میں نے اپنی جدوجہد ایوب خان کے خلاف شروع کی تھی، 1 یونٹ کے خلاف. اس دن سے لے کر آج تک جتنے بھی مارشل لا آئے ان میں ہم عذابوں سے گزرے ہیں. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہاں پولیٹیکل پارٹیز کی، اب پاکستان کی جو پولیٹیکل پارٹیز ہے ان میں 3 کوالٹیز ہونی چاہیے کسی بھی پولیٹیکل پارٹیز میں. میں کسی کو نیگیٹ نہیں کرتا ہوں. کیا ان کی لیڈرشپ کلیکٹیو ہے؟ کیا ان کے ڈیسیشن کلیکٹیو ہے؟ کیا ان میں کرٹیسزم، سیلف کرٹیسزم ہوتی ہے؟ یہ 3 بیسک پرنسپل ہیں کسی بھی پولیٹیکل پارٹیز کے. دیکھیں آپ اس کو پروسیس میں چھوڑیں. آج بھی آفٹر 75 ایئرز، معذرت کے ساتھ ساتھ ہم مارشل لاؤں کی تعریفوں میں لگے ہوئے ہیں. 75 سال گزرنے کے بعد ہم کہتے ہیں وہ دور بہت اچھا تھا. تو میں گزارش کرتا ہوں کہ ان میں پولیٹیکل پارٹیز کو آپ چھوڑ دیں تاکہ وہ خود ڈائلاگ کرے، پروسیس سے گزرے. کیونکہ سیاسی ایشوز کو سیاسی حوالے سے آپ حل کر سکتے ہیں. ٹھیک ہے بہت بڑی پولرائزیشن ہے، یہی پولرائزیشن پہلے بھی تھا مسلم لیگ اور پیپلز پارٹی کے بھی درمیان. ان کے باوجود پولرائزیشن کے باوجود پھر بھی میثاق جمہوریت ہوئی. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس پولرائزیشن کو اگر ہر ادارہ آئین کے مطابق اپنا فرائض سر انجام دے، یہ پولیٹیکل پولرائزیشن ود دی پیسج آف ٹائم وہ بہتر ہوں گے. باقی میں ایک دوست کی جو مجھے نہیں کہنا چاہیے، دیکھیں میں آپ دوستوں سے کہتا ہوں کہ جب ہم پاکستان کے رہنے والوں کی بات کرتے ہیں تو اس کو نیگیٹیولی آپ نہ لیں. اگر میں کہتا ہوں کہ میں بلوچ ہوں تو میں بلوچ کارڈ نہیں کھیل رہا ہوں، میں بلوچ رائٹ کی بات کرتا ہوں. آپ پاکستان سے بلوچ، پشتون یا سندھی، پنجابی، سرائکی، یہ ہم پاکستان کے کمپوزیشن ہیں. پاکستان بنا ہے ان اقوام سے، تو ان کو آپ جوڑیں. بجائے یہ کہ اب میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ میں پچھلے بھی ہم نے کہا کہ اس وقت بلوچستان کو ایڈریس کرنے کی ضرورت ہے، ڈائلاگ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. میں اس میں آپ کو یہ بھی پتہ نہیں ہے، اس میں کوئی شک نہیں ہے، جو پنجابی مارے گئے ہم ہی وہ لوگ تھے جو ہم لوگوں نے رجسٹر کی. کیا آپ کو یہ میں آپ کو بتاؤں کہ 50-60 سے زیادہ میرے لیڈر مارے گئے کیونکہ میں پرو فیڈریشن ہوں. یہ حالات کیوں پیدا ہوئے؟ کیا ایسے حالات تھے؟ اویس غنی صاحب تو وہاں ہے. یہ ایسے حالات نہیں تھے، یہ حالات پیدا کیے گئے. ہم کہتے ہیں ان کو سمیٹو، ان کو سمیٹنے کی ضرورت ہے. یہ ڈائلاگ ہیں جو آپ کو بڑھاوا دیں گے. آپ جتنا ڈائلاگ، جتنے سوال سے، آپ میرے سوال کو کل نہیں کریں، میرے سوال کا حل ڈھونڈیں. پتہ نہیں میں آپ کی سر جواب دے سکا نہیں دے سکا.
تھینک یو سر. تھینک یو سر. سر مہتاب's question about unitary and federal again.
فرسٹ کلیریفیکیشن ڈاکٹر صاحب، میں نے کبھی مارشل لاء کی تعریف بھی نہیں کی اور تائید بھی نہیں کی. میں یونٹری گورنمنٹ کی بات کروں. وہ یونائٹڈ کنگڈمز میں بھی، برٹن میں بھی یونٹری گورنمنٹ ہے. مارشل لاء تو نہیں ہے وہاں پہ. مارشل لاء از نو لاء. मैंने मार्शल लॉ गवर्नमेंट में, मिलिट्री गवर्नमेंट में काम किया. मैं आपको बड़ा क्लियरली कह रहा हूँ, मार्शल लॉ इज़ नो लॉ. क्योंकि उस वक्त मार्शल लॉ में ये होता है, अगर उसको आप लॉ कहें, कि वो जो फैसला कर लिया. सो दैट इज़ नॉट लॉ. लॉ तो ये है कि किसी उसूल पे हो. सो मार्शल लॉ इज़ नो लॉ एंड आई डू नॉट सपोर्ट मार्शल लॉ in any way. But what I was talking about was a unitary government system which exists in democratic societies, which is working well for many democracies of the country. So what I was saying was, make a comparison of the performance of the federal system of government. I'm not talking about the state, I'm talking about the government. Federal system of government, there's a difference. Please understand, whatever I say, please pay attention to every word. I am saying a unitary system of government. I am not saying a unitary state. A unitary state, Dr. Sahib, kuch aur cheez hai. Unitary type of system of government, kuch aur cheez hai. And मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि इंटरम गवर्नमेंट्स जो हैं वो भी यूनिटरी गवर्नमेंट्स होती है. यूनिटरी गवर्नमेंट में ये होता है कि लेजिस्लेशन जो है वो सेंटर के पास होता है और जो प्रोविंसेस हैं वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट्स तस्वर किए जाते हैं. लेकिन जो सेंटर में लेजिस्लेशन होती है वो बाकी प्रोविंसेस के नुमाइंदे आके लेजिस्लेशन करते हैं. ये नहीं कि इस्लामाबाद में बैठ के कुछ ब्यूरोक्रेट्स वगैरह और ये फौजी बैठ के और हम आप बैठ के तो लेजिस्लेशन करेंगे. नहीं, दी नेशनल असेंबली में बलूचिस्तान के मेंबर्स होंगे, पंजाब के मेंबर्स होंगे, साउथ नॉर्थ दोनों पंजाब के, पुख्तूनख्वा खैबर पुख्तूनख्वा नॉर्थ साउथ सबके मेंबर्स होंगे, कश्मीर के भी मेंबर्स होंगे, सारे मेंबर्स होंगे. वो लेजिस्लेशन करेंगे. ये नहीं है कि सेंटर जो है उसने जो है प्रोविंसेस को बिल्कुल नस्वार डालो और बाहर फेंक दिया. नहीं, ऐसे नहीं है. ठीक है. सो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट अ यूनिटरी टाइप सिस्टम ऑफ गवर्नमेंट. सो वी नीड टू मेक अ कंपैरिजन एंड वी नीड टू मेक एन इंटेलिजेंट, इन्फॉर्म्ड एंड वेल डिबेटेड चॉइस in this. And the provinces will be not only fully protected. Dr. Malik, we can sit and discuss. हमारे तो discussion लगी रहते हैं. The ethnic groupings will also be protected because they will have the representation, a proportional, munasib, appropriate representation in the National Assembly where all the legislation is taking place. But the duality, अब मैं बताता हूँ duality का क्या मसला है. We have a problem today in Sindh. We have a government which is not listening to the, मतलब I'm talking about Imran Khan's time, to Islamabad. ये पहले भी हो चुका है बहुत से गवर्नमेंट्स में कि एक जो प्रोविंस है उसमें दूसरी पार्टी होती है, इधर दूसरी पार्टी होती है और झगड़ा रहता है. I have faced situations where the governor of a province is from one party and the chief minister is from another party. But they are coalition partners and they can't get along with each other. Now, we are talking about government administration. लोगों के मसले हल करते हैं, ये आपस में leg pulling करते रहते हैं. So, that is why I say a unitary, don't make me say things I don't want to. I wanted you to come to a judgment. But I'll say it now. I prefer a unitary system of government. I worked in it. I worked with the federal system of government, with President Zardari. I worked with him. And I can see the difference. And like I told you, I'm a mechanical engineer, I'm a technocrat, I'm not a military man, I'm not a politician. I have no agenda, I have no bias. I bring you a totally unbiased and unprejudiced view. I work with both systems and I see the advantages of a unitary system of government. I repeat in capital letters, unitary system of government, not a unitary state. I hope I have answered all the questions.
Thank you, sir. I think the third part was germane to Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan, sir, Qaid-e-Azam University student. He spoke about Charter of Medina and Islamic ideology as the main leaven that bounds us. So since you, in your discourse, spoke about that, would you like to pass this? Okay.
Will you like to repeat your question in simpler words? सादे लफ्ज़ों में उर्दू में बोल दो बगैर देखे. चाहते क्या आप?
ओके, ठीक है, समझ गया.
वो जो आपने भी कंपैरिजन किया कि एक जो एलीट है वो चाहती है अंग्रेजी सिस्टम, जो माइनॉरिटी है वो चाहती है इस्लामी सिस्टम. तो वो कह रहे हैं जी कि इस्लामी सिस्टम हो जाएगा जब मुल्क क्रिएट हुआ था इस्लाम के लिए तो ठीक हो जाएगा.
He's talking about Islam, two-nation theory and Islam as...
It's better that way.
माफ़ कीजिएगा, मुझे असल में ज़रा हियरिंग का प्रॉब्लम है तो मैं सवाल नहीं समझा, लिहाजा आपने मुझे बतलाया कि क्या है कि इस्लामिक सिस्टम जो है वो क्यों नहीं इन्फोर्स हो सकता.
As for promoting national identity and cohesion.
हाँ, मैंने अपनी जो बात की थी उसमें ये कहा था कि इस्लाम इज़ अ फैक्टर फॉर नेशनल आइडेंटिटी. But it is not the identity. It cannot be the identity. क्योंकि अगर ये आइडेंटिटी होता और बड़ा मजबूत फैक्टर होता तो फिर 71 का वाक़या नहीं होना चाहिए था. 71 का वाक़या जैसे हुआ उस पर मेरे अपने ज़ाती ख़यालात हैं कि शायद हम इस तरीके से तो नहीं रह सकते थे टुगेदर, लेकिन हमारी जो पार्टिंग थी वो ज़रा एमिकेबली हो सकती थी. ठीक है, जिस तरीके से हुई उसकी जो समझ लीजिए कि अभी तक कम से कम मैं अपने आप से शर्मिंदा होता हूँ कि ये वाक़या पाकिस्तान के साथ पेश आया. दूसरा जो है इस्लाम के बारे में मैं आपसे ये अर्ज़ करूँगा कि इस्लामी सिस्टम क्या है. ठीक है जी, आप अपनी तारीख़ देख लीजिए, 1400 साल की है. इतनी ज़्यादा तो एम्पायर्स थे. एम्पायर्स के अंदर एक क्वालिटी होती थी कि वो बेसिकली उनके अंदर एक कल्चरल और रिलीजियस टॉलरेंस हुआ करती थी. ठीक है, वो रोमन एम्पायर में भी थी, वो इस्लामिक जो सल्तनतें थी उनके अंदर भी हुआ करती थी, जिसकी वजह से जो थोड़ा बहुत अमन व अमान रहा करता था. आप मुबारक अली साहब की किताबें पढ़ लीजिए तो उसके अंदर भी बाज़ औक़ात हमारे जो उलेमा थे वो चाहते थे कि हिंदुओं के साथ ये करें या वो करें, लेकिन जो बादशाह लोग थे वो समझते थे कि नहीं, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, इससे मुल्क के अंदर खलफशार पैदा होगा. बहरहाल दूसरी जो उसमें इस्लाम के अंदर जो सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है वो ये है कि कुछ हमें सीखना भी तो चाहिए. वी शुड लुक फॉरवर्ड. बेसिकली इस्लाम के अंदर वैल्यूज़ हैं. वो वैल्यूज़ जो हैं इस्लाम की बात करते हुए आप कितना उसके अपने आप को ताबे करते हैं, आप ख़ुद जानते हैं कि क्या कितना हमारे यहाँ. ठीक है जी, ऑनेस्टी की बात ले लीजिए. मेरा ख्याल है आपने ऑनेस्टी की बात की. आप देखते हैं कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर लीडरशिप लेवल हो या पब्लिक लेवल के अंदर हो, ये हमारा जो एथिक्स है वो ज़रा थोड़ा सा कमज़ोर हो चुका है. तो इस्लाम को रखिए, मद्देनज़र रखिए, लेकिन ये जो इस्लामिक सिस्टम और फलां चीज़ें ये जो है इनकी बातें करना कि वो क्या लाए, तो ये उससे मेरा ख्याल है कि ना आपकी कोहिजन बनेगी, ना आपकी नेशन बिल्डिंग होगी, ना आप तरक्की कर सकेंगे. तरक्की के रास्ते जो हैं वो दुनिया के अंदर बड़े तयन हो चुके हैं और उसका इस चीज़ से कोई ताल्लुक़ नहीं है, जहाँ तक कि मेरा ज़ाती ख्याल है कि किसी का मज़हब क्या है या क्या नहीं. ठीक, उसका ताल्लुक़ और चीज़ों से है जिसको मैं कहता हूँ इम्पेरेटिव्स ऑफ मॉडर्निटी. थैंक यू.
So, are there any questions or we can take a last round because paucity of time. So, sir, start with you.
Thank you very much. I'm Tariq Zamir. I'm a retired ambassador. Just a very small question. We heard so many good speeches here. But one point that we missed, I think, and I would like any of the brilliant panelists to kindly comment on it. I think what led to 1971 and what is really still ailing us today is the lack of distributive justice. Thank you.
So I think we can take two more and then, yes, that gentleman in the middle.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm an MBA student currently pursuing my MBA. I just had more of a little bit of an observation that Pakistan it's a bit of a haphazard state. So you have half of Punjab in India, KPK, parts of KPK is in Afghanistan, half of Balochistan is in Iran, and we have half of Kashmir, we have half of Sindh. So to me it's a bit of a haphazard kind of a state, and what Sir mentioned, that the Greco-Persian and all the different empires that came to rule here, they didn't rule over the whole area of Pakistan. They were more or less in the northern areas or somewhere in the southern areas, or some had, they were ruling east of the Indus or west of the Indus. So to me, I think that there is a little bit of a need to create a national identity that involves all of the different ethnicities. So I think that is lacking, because...
So what's the question?
Throughout the history, I thought that, it was a bit of an observation. I thought maybe someone can agree with me.
Thank
that,
you. Thank you. So, question, last question.
Assalamu alaikum. Sir, this is Hamza. I am a graduate of International Relations, formerly studied in Namal University. Sir, every speaker out there talks right from the heart. So I myself is used. So मेरा सवाल तमाम यहाँ बैठे लोगों से भी और तमाम speakers से भी है कि right from the inception 1947 से हम आज 75 years हो गए, हम लोग यही सुन रहे हैं. Everybody talks about problems and problems, whether in Balochistan, Punjab, सब जगह पे problems हैं. Everybody talked about problems, nobody talks about solution. तो मुझे सिर्फ इस सवाल का जवाब चाहिए यहाँ बैठे तमाम लोगों से कि हम solutions पे कब बात करना शुरू करेंगे. दो साल हो गए मुझे ग्रेजुएट हुए हुए. मैं पाकिस्तान के उस लोअर मिडिल क्लास तबके से बिलोंग करता हूँ जो 60% यूथ तो कहलाता है, बट जॉबलेस, करप्शन, नेपोटिज्म, इन सब चीज़ों का शिकार है. हम इन सब सॉल्यूशंस के ऊपर कब बात करेंगे, कब तक हम सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम्स की लकीर को पीटते रहेंगे. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. सो ओके, द लास्ट पार्ट. The question only.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Noreen Akhtar. I'm a PhD scholar from Qaidam University and policy researcher at IPRI. Sir, just to add on to the question, we have the solutions, but the big question marks still there: how, who, and when. कैसे करना है उनको implement? We have seen by all the discourse. अभी जो बात हुई है, हमें पता है प्रॉब्लम क्या है, हमें पता है उसके रीजंस क्या हैं, हमें ये भी पता है कि वे फॉरवर्ड्स क्या है, ऑप्शंस क्या हैं, बट कैसे करना है, कौन करेगा, कब करेगा. प्लीज. थैंक
यू सर. First question by Ambassador, that was about lack of distributive justice. So who would like to take on that, sir? Would you, sir? He alluded to lack of distributive justice as a cause of lack of national cohesion.
I agree. Lack of distributive justice is behind all our problems. And it goes back to the education apartheid system, which created an elite class with a different mindset, separated from the awam an-nas, from the... And in my estimates, these are rough estimates and they can be challenged, of course, but generally they are correct, that since independence till now, this elite class has, if I may use the word, purloined more than 75% of the national resources in their own favor, for their own benefit. And the rest of the crores of awams have had to make do with maybe 20%, maybe 22%. And this is not an emotional or off-the-cuff statement. It is visible. It is visible. Look at the houses. You come and look at my house, it's a mansion. You look at all these mansions, and just across, you will see mud houses. इतनी बड़ी नाइंसाफी है, अल्लाह कैसे हमारे कामों में बरकत डालेगा? This is, I agree with you, main problem. It must go. How will it go? That lady asked, कौन करेगा, क्या करेगा, कैसे करेगा? You know how I feel? There is a part of me which is very concerned about what is happening in Pakistan now. The political polarization, the belehazi, galiyan, galoch, corruptions, it's a big mess. So one part of me is concerned. But one part of me is very happy. I'll explain why. एक चीज याद रखें, कुदरत का जो तरीकाकार है चेंज का और नई क्रिएशन का, कुदरत जो है वायलेंट मेथड प्रेफर करता है. It prefers a violent method. If a new land has to be born, created, volcano पर eruption करेगा, फसाद बजेगा, फिर एक नया जजीरा सामने आएगा. इसी तरीके से, if I may use the example that the birth of man is a process of violence, but it creates a new human being. So, this violence that I see now, I have been talking about it for a long time, for many years, and I've been saying कि ये जो मौजूदा निज़ाम है, बावजूद इसके कि इसको बारहा मौके मिले हैं, it has failed to deliver. Reasons हो सकते हैं. एक कहते हैं जी फौज रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, दूसरे कहते हैं नहीं जी पॉलिटिशियंस रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, कोई कहते हैं नहीं जी अमेरिका रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, नहीं रूस ने ये किया. Leave that. If a system is good, it will work. If it is not good, there are weaknesses, the world will exploit it. And why should they not? They will. This system has to go. And it will only go if there is a major crisis. ये गिरेगा, destroy होगा, फिर नया system निकलेगा. It will be painful. Yes, there are problems. Yes. It can spin out of control. Yes, that is the risk. But this is life. So one part of me is happy. I'm thinking maybe it is coming to that. I'm not an anarchist. I love peace, but this is how the world works. And you should understand how it works. I'm hoping it happens. I disagree with Imran Khan. By the way, let me share a little thing about myself with you. When Imran Khan was thinking about Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and 5, 6 people, 7 people were sitting around a table and discussing it, Uwais Ahmad Ghani was one of the persons sitting over there and talking about it. He is a good man. He means very well. There is no doubt about it. He's a very brave man. He's a very determined man. But he does not, even at that time and even now, he has not yet developed a full grasp on statesmanship, on statecraft, how states are formed, how states operate, what are the different dynamics that go into it. Why I left was something between me and him. I still have a great regard for him, and I'm very grateful to him. That maybe unintentionally, लेकिन उसने इस निज़ाम को और इसमें जो लोग हैं, उन सबको expose कर दिया. For the first time, everybody. So I am grateful for his contribution there. I think he didn't mean it, did it unintentionally, but Qudrat ne usko istemal kar diya, ho gaya. The time of change is coming. My dear lady, who is now busy with her phone, I am answering your question. The time of change is coming. It is near. I only hope it happens, but I am confident also. I've had experience in government, in KPK. it was a crisis in which we were losing that part of Pakistan. But the Pakistani qawm jo hai, wo crisis mein, it does the right thing. Ye yaad rakho. It is, in every crisis, it has done the right thing. We had the earthquake, huge earthquake, from Gwadar and Karachi till Khyber, everybody had reached. And I saw it personally. In KPK, when we had this big problem, I don't know if I should share this with you. Chale, abhi nahi karenge. We wait for some time before. But it was slipping out of our hands, and everybody's back was to the wall. Ki kya hoga, kya karenge? And then we did the right thing, and KPK came back. And KPK is a very progressive-minded province. See, it has thrown all its political support behind a non-KPK person. कि आदमी ठीक है, इसको वोट दो. So, इस मामले में, the KPK people, I belong to Peshawar, so I can say with pride that we have very open minds. And most of the Tehreek-e-Insaf people, I know them well. We worked together in the initial 1 year or so. I think that we are going to have a good change, but not before there is a full breakdown, full collapse. There is going to be trouble. There is going to be pain. Many people are going to run away to Canada and Alaska and New Zealand. The strong one will stand and fight back, and they will pull us out of trouble, inshallah.
Sir,
एक मिनट.
Dr. Malik, sir, he wants to add.
बेटा मैं आपको frankly जवाब देता हूँ. जब तक आप अपने तबके के लोगों को पार्लियामेंट में नहीं भेजोगे,
सही है.
जब सरदार, नवाब, जागीरदार, सरमायादार जाएंगे ना, आपका हाल यही होगा.
The elite class.
There will be no chance of any change. मेरा ज़ाती तजुर्बा है, जो स्टूडेंट लाइफ से लेकर आज तक, आपको अपने क्लास के लोग लाने होंगे, तब आप उसकी गिरेबान को पकड़ सकते हैं. अदरवाइज ये जो इलीट कल्चर है, कभी इसको प्रोमोट, कभी उसको.
So joint politics is what Dr. Malik is telling you. Sir, on the same question, solutions क्या है? Quickly, the last word.
सर इसका सिंपल है, आप इस अमल को जारी रहने दें, मुल्क को आइन के मुताबिक चलाएं, हर अदारे को आइन का पाबंद होना चाहिए. इसके साथ साथ विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम, देखें हम अगर कहेंगे नाउमीदी को, तो वो कह रहे हैं नाउमीदी की भी इतनी बात नहीं है. वेस्टर्न डेमोक्रेसी को कितने अरसे लगे मैच्योर होने में, और जहाँ पे डेमोक्रेसी आया है, अब उन लोगों ने तो मैग्ना कार्टा 1215 में हुआ था, फ्रेंच रिवॉल्यूशन आया, फिर जो है ना अमेरिकन रिवॉल्यूशन आया, आस्ता आस्ता चीज़ें जो है ना डेमोक्रेसी. ये है कि अवाम पे हमें भरोसा करना चाहिए और इस प्रोसेस को हमें चलना चाहिए. और जो पार्टियां जो बड़ी बड़ी दावा करते हैं, ख़ास तौर पर जब तक पंजाब के लोअर मिडिल क्लास अपने तबके के लोगों को वोट नहीं देगा, पाकिस्तान में तब्दीली नहीं आएगी.
Thank you. Sir, your view on this, solutions.
Okay. We talked about solutions. There are two issues I want to clarify. One, we keep on talking about 71 Bangladesh collapse. Please understand, I argued with you the geopolitical dynamics. Bengal Delta region has always been a separate region, and the Federation of Pakistan that came up in 1947 was artificial, because Bengal Delta region has historically never been a part or part and parcel of the West Pakistan, the Indus River region. So what happened was natural, and it was so natural that if there was a problem with the two nations ideology, and that was false, Bangladesh should have gone back to India in the unity of it. It did not. It remained independent, maintained its own identity. So I think that is the wrong interpretation of 1971. the two-nation ideology is very much alive. Well, somebody did, one. Secondly, we are divided. You see why I was stressing the concept of the Indus River region as a separate region. When you talked about Pashtuns being divided between Afghanistan and Pakistan, right? They were always divided. Remember that. That is Afghanistan is not part of the Indus River region. So, doesn't matter if they're ethnically the same, right? But they are, Afghanistan is not a part of that. If they want to come and stay here, they are, of course, always welcome. I have ideas about Afghanistan, what we should do with that problem. This is not the place for it. Secondly, you said that Sindh is divided because Tarparkar, that side. Again, those on that side are not part of the Indus River region proper. Pakistan is the modern day Indus River region. And the region is fairly clear. The distances you can't draw a line. There is always a little bit of, gray areas, but that is the region. So we are different ethnicities, but Dr. Malik is a Baloch. I am a Pashtun. We have differences in our political ideology. We have, and we have always talked about that, but that doesn't make me anything less than not only a friend of his, but a compatriot. We are Pakistanis, and he says again and again, I'm a Pakistani, I'm a Pakistani. Well, let's believe him. Why are we questioning that? Ma'am Barocha, she's a minority, but as far as I am concerned, she's my senior. She's always been bossing me, even when I was in Quetta, Balochistan. She used to tell me, do this, this you're doing wrong, this you're doing right. So there is no problem there either. And we have to talk about solutions. Now, solutions are not that easy because there are interest groups which are, some are pulling in this direction, some are pulling in that direction. There are two ways how it can be dealt with. One, as Dr. Malik says, let it continue. Eventually, it will right itself. Do we have the patience for that? Do we have the understanding for that? Are we prepared to go through tough times to go through that? You have to decide. Yeah? We've spent our life. I was telling the young boy who brought me in here that, Bache, you have a double responsibility. One, it is your generation that has come up, and you are going to look after Pakistan and do your duty to it. And the other duty, you have to clear up the mess we have made of Pakistan. So you have, the younger generation has a lot of work to do in coming days. The other way is Qudrat doing it. Now, Qudrat has many ways of doing it. But generally, Qudrat ka tariqa jo hai, it's violent. Are we prepared for that? Are we willing to see blood flow on the streets? Are we willing to fight it out? Are we willing to see foreign armies coming in? It's not going to be the first time. It has happened before, it can happen now, and I think that I flashed Mr. Netanyahu's interview, 30 seconds. Pakistan. We know Israel, we know Israel's relationship with the United States of America. America will never tolerate a strong military in the greater Middle East region. The greater Middle East, of which Pakistan is a part. It could have used Iraq's army to stabilize Iraq, but it went in, and the first thing it did was it dismantled that army and broke up Iraq. It has done that with Libya, it's trying to do that with Syria. Pakistan is especially on target because it's the only Muslim nuclear power. You heard Mr. Netanyahu. If you go to the United States, from what I know, you cannot draw the line where Israel stops and America starts, or where America starts and Israel stops. They are all together. Something very big is coming our way. So, if we are weak, they will walk in. They have proxies. They have India as a proxy. کوئی مسئلہ نہیں. They come into Kashmir. They'll attack us. دیکھتے ہیں کیا ہوتا ہے. We have to stand and fight. Yeah, or die. کسی نے ایک باری when I was governor تو کچھ ایسے بات ہوئی کہ یہ province جا رہا ہے. And this ship is sinking. I said the ship is not sinking. But if it sinks, then I go down with it. There is no way I'm going to leave this place and go to Canada or Dubai or something. I go down with it over here. You should be prepared for that. I'm talking to the young generation sitting here.
Thank you very much, sir. We come to the end of this very, very absorbing and very fascinating Q&A session. And at the end, I would request Ambassador Dr. Raza, President IPRI, to come and deliver his vote of thanks and concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
السلام علیکم ونس اگین. تو کتنا ایک لمبا کنکلوژن ہونا چاہیے ویسے؟ 7-8 اسپیکرز کا تو میرا خیال 10-10 منٹ لگائیں تو 70 منٹ تو بنتا ہوگا, ہے نا؟ اتنا کافی کہ نہیں؟ اچھا جی, نہیں, آئی تھنک آئی ول ناٹ ریپیٹ واٹ ہیز بین سیڈ, بٹ دیر آر 2-3 تھنگز وچ آئی ول لائک ٹو سے. ڈائلاگ. دیر از نو ادر سولوشن لیس دی انٹرنل ڈائلاگ. اینڈ this seminar today and 10-12 more to come are in the series of grand national dialogue which IPRI has initiated. It's not only we have many partners, the dialogue partners, which will be undertaking this noble work. And we hope, بڑی اچھی بات کی, کسی نے پالیسیاں بنتی ہیں, بناتے ہیں, کہتے ہیں. ممبر روچا نے بھی کہا, پاکستان وہ کسی نے کہا تھا نا کہ سب سے زیادہ ہائیلی لیجسلائزڈ کنٹری ہے, لیکن امپلیمنٹ بہت کم ہوتا ہے. اللہ کرے کہ امپلیمنٹ بھی ہو جائے. بٹ ڈائلاگ از ویری امپورٹنٹ اینڈ وی آل ایگری ٹو اٹ. ایک اور چیز جو بہت کامن رہی ہے سب اسپیکرس کی بات میں, دیٹ از پرائڈ ان کلچرل اینڈ ہیریٹیج اینڈ ہسٹری. آئی تھنک یہ چیز جو ہے وہ ہمیں دیکھنی ہے کہ ہم لوگ جب سے پاکستان بنا ہے تو ہم لوگ اپنی کلچر کو, اپنی ہسٹری کو شاید ادھر ہی سے لیتے ہیں کہ 47 کے بعد کیا ہوا, یا پھر ہم محمد بن قاسم سے جوڑ لیتے ہیں. But as it was mentioned, Mehergarh civilization 8,000 years old. بعض لوگ ابھی کہہ رہے ہیں کہ اس سے بھی زیادہ اولڈ ہے. تو 8,000 years old civilization کے لوگ ہیں. thousands of years BC یہاں پہ بدھزم آیا. چناکیہ کوتالیہ جس کو ہم لتاڑتے رہتے ہیں, ارتھا شاسترا لکھی, انڈین اس کو وہ کر رہے ہیں, فالو کر رہے ہیں, وہ ادھر ٹیکسلا میں بیٹھ کے لکھ کے گیا. He was advisor of the empire. So why not own that cultural heritage which we have instead of destroying it? And I think cultural ایک ایسی چیز ہے جو sometimes religion سے بھی آگے آ جاتا ہے. تو کلچر کو نہ آپ نگیٹ کر سکتے ہیں, نہ اس ڈائیورسٹی کو آپ گیو اوے کر سکتے ہیں, نہ اس ڈائیورسٹی کو شیلف کر سکتے ہیں. دی اونلی وے از embrace the diversity and then be united. لاسٹ, پاکستان میں بہت ہوپ ہے. آپ لوگوں نے سن لیا, وی ہیو بین اے ریزیلینٹ نیشن. بہت تکلیفوں سے گزرے. انیشیل جو پارٹیشن کا وقت تھا, 2-3 جنگیں لڑیں, 71 میں ملک علیحدہ ہو گیا, پھر افغانستان آیا, پھر یہ ابھی 9/11 آ گیا, وار اینڈ ٹیررزم آئی, جس کا گورنر صاحب ذکر کر رہے تھے. اور انہوں نے ایک چیز جو ایسی ہے جو نہیں بتائی, وہ بہت ہی سیریس تھی کہ اس وقت لوگ سمجھ رہے تھے بس گیا, سارا کچھ گیا. بٹ الحمدللہ پوری نیشن کھڑی ہوئی, وہ سارا کچھ بھی واپس آ گیا. ارتھ کوئک آئی ہے, ابھی پینڈیمک جو آیا تھا اس کا, کووڈ کا, اس میں بھی آپ نے دیکھ لیا. تو پاکستان میں بہت ریزیلینس ہے. ہمارے بچے ہیں یہ جو پیچھے بیٹھے ہیں, یوتھ ہے, ہماری ہوپ ہے, ہمارا فیوچر ہے. اور یہ بہت انٹیلیجنٹ لوگ ہیں, بہت بریلینٹ ہیں, بہت انڈیپینڈنٹ ہیں, اور بہت فورتھ رائٹ ہیں, اور بہت بولڈ ہیں اپنے اوپینین ایکسپریس کرنے میں. اور آئی ایم شیور جو ملک صاحب کہہ رہے تھے کہ اپنے جیسے لوگوں کو لاؤ, یہ آپ لوگ ہی ہو جنہوں نے اپنے جیسے لوگوں کو لانا ہے, آپ نے آنا ہے, اور اس ملک کو انشاءاللہ بہت زیادہ اچھے طریقے سے بدلنا ہے. میرا خیال اتنا کافی ہے. صرف میں شکریہ ادا کروں گا فردن سب کا. عائشہ غوث صاحبہ یہاں پہ ہے نہیں ہے, گورنر صاحب, मैम बरोचा का, डॉक्टर साहब का, एम्बेसडर रियाज का, मालिक साहब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपने बहुत खूबसूरत बातचीत की, बहुत अच्छे क्वेश्चन थे और आई थिंक दी जवाबात जो थे वो उससे भी अच्छे थे। तो आप सबका बहुत शुक्रिया, वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू यू ऑल। आज लंबा हो गया सेशन, पर इसके बाद एक अच्छा लंच होगा तो आई थिंक कोई कंपनसेशन हो जाएगी। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for your comments. I would now request you once again, President IPRI, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, to please present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. I would first like to call upon Ambassador Riyaz Muhammad Khan to please receive his memento. I now request Dr. Abdul Malik Baloch to please receive his memento.